Okay, so I figured I might as well do this live. Okay, and what was it? Some of the clan said something about this crab. Whatever. What does he do? Oh, yeah, physics.
Concrete arrows remain. In history, they pointed east towards safety, towards the destination. But today, the few crumbled remains of these arrows serve as a reminder,
That's
pointing
from this
away
guy.
from where no man or woman should ever step foot.
Arrows.
California. Not to me.
Candace died today. Who's Candace?
Yeah, on, terrorists.
A shortcut to the charm bucket. That must be for me.
Could try
This
physics.
isn't a charm
Or
bucket.
physics. There. And
Alright, I got him! Hold me up!
who was it? Oh yeah. Huh? Oh.
Keep
Yeah.
going, you're almost there!
I think I said physics.
I found a rock I like.
Girls I would cheat on my girlfriend with. Just watch. Watch. No one. Obviously, you're the only one for me. That wasn't supposed to happen. It's a glitch. It's a glitch.
Or I found this like memory box.
Instead, let's go with, let's do this.
Yeah. Here's some keys. I think you just put the keys in here. See what me and my it's probably me and my friend.
Yeah, I have her. Okay, let's try this. And now I'm gonna clean it. Oh yeah, I should do some idling.
Hey Siri. I failed my final exam. Can you tell me the difference here now?
What's the difference between you and your grandma?
Yes.
Grandma passed.
What
do you
like for Christmas?
The sandwich penny. It do be hit different though, right? It hit different. No low key though. I'm just trying to flex my honey mustard making skills.
So we're dating a wedding for another TikToker. Can you guess who it is? Your hint is which Marvel character would most likely want Spider-Man to be marrying them. And that can be meant in either way.
What?
Subscribe to Broken.
What? What?
this case takes place in the United States of America on the 14th of February 2017. Ellie Tran was a 35-year-old woman who lived in Virginia. She was a mother of one and was described as a wonderful. Ellie had a boyfriend, a man named Joseph Vincent Molino III, who was the father of her. Shortly after becoming pregnant with their child, Ellie told her family who lived in Vietnam. She was a rather culturally traditional woman and wanted her parents to play a major role in her child's life. So she invited her parents to come to America and to live with her and Joseph. Joseph, however, was not so keen on this idea and made his opinions very clear. After the child was born, Joseph became incredibly controlling. Ellie's friends would later say that the couple constantly argued, especially about the living arrangements. In July of 2016, Ellie pressed charges against Joseph after he attacked her in front of their 2-year-old daughter. In the criminal complaint that was filed by Ellie, she said, "My boyfriend scared me. He told me he would put me under the ground behind the house." She also wrote about the attack, stating that Joseph had grabbed her by the neck, restrained her arms and feet, and hung her upside down with her head almost touching the ground. After describing the attack, Ellie said, "He did that to me several times in front of my daughter. My daughter was so scared, and she cried and screamed." The two ended their relationship, and Ellie found a place to live with her parents and daughter. Now a single mother, Ellie began working as much as possible to support her daughter and parents who were looking after the child while she worked. However, due to what Joseph had done, Ellie became worried that he may come for her. One of Ellie's friends would later say that she would struggle to sleep due to the fear that Joseph may attack her in the night. Due to the breakup, a nasty custody battle ensued. Whilst Ellie would work, Joseph made several attempts to break into her new home. This resulted in Ellie having to install a number of CCTV cameras to deter him from doing so. On the 4th of December at around 7 p.m., Ellie was leaving work. She got into her car and prepared to set off, but just as she did, a person backed into her car. This person then exited their vehicle, threw some kind of liquid at her, and fled. Thankfully, Ellie had turned her head away at the right time. The liquid that had been thrown was acid and had begun to destroy her hair. Ellie was taken to hospital and she was not seriously harmed. The person who had done this was dressed in women's clothing and was wearing a wig. Ellie believed that this person was Joseph and had used disguise. Eventually, Joseph found a new girlfriend. On a trip to China, Joseph met a woman and the two began a relationship. Despite this, his stalking of Ellie didn't stop, and he continued to harass her. On the 14th of February 2017, Ellie finished work, got into her car, and drove to her home in Virginia Beach. CCTV footage, which was later recovered, showed her pulling up outside her house. Ellie exited her vehicle and began walking towards her door, but hidden and waiting for her to come home was Joseph. As Ellie walked towards her door, Joseph emerged from his hiding spot, ran towards Ellie, and plunged a needle into her skin. The needle was filled with cyanide. After injecting Ellie, Joseph quickly fled from the scene. Ellie began to scream for help. Her mother came out to help her and called the emergency services. When she came outside to assist her daughter, she looked across the street and saw who she believed to be Joseph. Ellie told the emergency services on the phone that Joseph was responsible. Within minutes of being injected by the deadly poison, Ellie lost consciousness. The paramedics soon arrived on the scene, and Ellie was rushed to hospital. The medical professionals did everything they could to try and save her, but tragically, she was pronounced dead the following day. Her cause of death was ruled as cyanide poisoning. The police began to work right away to find who had done this. Ellie's mother told the police that she believed the man who injected Ellie to be her ex-boyfriend, Joseph. And so, Joseph was brought in for questioning, and he denied having anything to do with the death of Ellie. He claimed that on the night of the attack, he was over 100 miles miles away visiting family. Upon learning this, they checked out his mobile phone location. His mobile phone record showed that his phone had pinged to a tower in Victoria like he stated. However, no calls or messages were sent from the device, suggesting that he may have thought of this and left his mobile phone at this location in order to have some kind of alibi. The amount of time that the phone was unused was enough time to carry out the attack. It wasn't clear if Joseph was the person in the footage, so one of the first things that the police looked at was his computer. Upon searching his devices, investigators found a number of sinister Google searches. They found all kinds of questions about cyanide, the poison that had killed Ellie. How to get cyanide, how long does it take to kill, and what happens when it is injected were all searched on his device. When searching his purchase history, the police found that Joseph had bought an antique stainless steel syringe from Etsy for $68 and had it shipped to a different address. This address was a restaurant that Joseph was known to frequent. They also found that he had booked flights to China. With this evidence, Joseph was charged with the murder of Ellie. 2 months before the trial began, Joseph waged a hunger strike, which resulted in him losing over 40 pounds. The trial began in 2018. The prosecution asked Joseph, "Did you kill Ellie?" To which Joseph replied, "Absolutely not," sticking to the story that he was over 100 miles away at the time. When asked about the searches on the computer, Joseph denied making them or buying the syringe. He said that the computer that was used belonged to his cell phone repair business, and that there were at least 6 others who had access to it, and also claimed that he had never even heard of the website Etsy. However, as I said earlier, the syringe was delivered to a restaurant that Joseph was known to go on a regular basis. A co-owner of this restaurant said he saw him walk out with a package that was delivered there. This package was the syringe. Court documents also showed that Joseph had been sending coded letters to his mother before the trial. In these coded letters, he told her to pressure the witnesses into retracting their statements. These included Ellie's mother, the restaurant co-owner who saw him pick up the syringe, and one of Ellie's neighbors who identified him as the attacker. He also gave instructions how to fake chat logs in order to create another alibi. Joseph also convinced other inmates to make calls for him. This inmate came forward and told the police that Joseph had confided in him and said that he was instructing people how to testify in court. In other conversations with the informant, Joseph made references to using a hitman, which he referred to as ordering a pizza. An FBI specialist testified about the letters Joseph had sent to his mother and girlfriend. He had decoded them in under 15 minutes and highlighted how Joseph had planned to get away with the crime. In one letter, Joseph wrote, "Another thing, I need you to forge some paperwork together, getting someone to say they saw me on the 14th of February. Joseph's alibi was checked out. It turned out he was actually visiting family. However, they could only account for seeing him on the morning and later on at night when he had supposedly finished work." Ellie's mother cried hysterically as the footage of Ellie's ambush was played for the jury. Following the footage being played, she testified that Joseph was the one responsible. It took jurors just 15 minutes to determine that Joseph was guilty. When it came time for Joseph to be sentenced, he was wheeled to court in an upright wheelchair, covered in a blanket. He was foaming at the mouth, rocking from side to side, and was unresponsive. It said that he was suffering from a condition brought on by extreme stress. Joseph was sentenced to life in prison and was fined $100,000. Ellie's family have said that one of the most difficult parts has been trying to answer the questions posed by Ellie's now 3.5-year-old daughter, Jolie. Jolie witnessed her mother after the attack as she lay on the floor of her home in extreme pain. Ellie's sister said, "I feel heartbroken. I don't know how to answer her when she asks where her mom is. I told her that her mother is now in the sky." She went on to say that on one occasion she took Jolie to the park, but the young girl kept looking around. She said that she was looking around for her mother. waiting for her to come to the park.
When police discover the most gruesome murder they had ever come across in the small town of Clyde, Ohio, one detective in particular was determined to track down the depraved killer. However, the ghastly scene would not be the only shocking revelation in a case plagued by police corruption, where it seemed that an unhinged obsession placed blame on a group of innocent suspects, all while overlooking the monster hiding in plain sight, eventually landing a detective behind bars. The following interviews and interrogations have never been seen or heard before. They've been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former...
Yo, I really don't get that. Why is his A2 his priority? Is it because Ninja's on the same team and he thinks... I have no idea. Oh, well... Okay, actually, to be fair, that is probably the most efficient, because he steals the turn mirror, and then he just targets the highest person, so then he'll go beforehand the other enemies. But that, like, you know, assumes that he gets it. Oh, maybe I could use my spider. Oops. Oh. Oh. That's bad. Ooh, that's good. Okay. That's less than ideal. That's very less than ideal. I mean, maybe we could go on it, but like... Oh, I should have... Let's try this. This. You know what? Just do not use it. I'll accept that. Can't have rush. And Lydia instead. Or in oh. Let's try this.
License.
Oh. Wait. God.
You got away. You did it.
Chill. I mean, yeah.
Phoenix, everyone, where's the emergency?
Up in the back.
What?
I just had a gun pulled on me.
Sorry, sir.
I mean, be fair, you pulling up first time, you seem very threatening, sir. I would argue that she was fully within her rights to defend herself, but I don't know if they won't. Dang it. Hey, how you doing? Oh yeah, good. How are you? You guys want to come in? Yeah. Come back. You lost your new companion already.
Just for the day. Just for the day. Just on little splits.
It's a rental.
Yep.
You want any more?
I'm good. Thank you though.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
We're doing pretty good. Pretty good.
It's my in-laws.
So, how about you? What have you been up to?
Whoa. Yes. I know, yeah, no one's paying attention to you, Hanuma. Or, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, not much, trying to work on. Well, let's see. Okay, so it has been a bit busy. We went to Meow Wolf in Santa Fe on Monday. Me and my wife for our anniversary.
There you go. Right on.
Then Tuesday had chiropractor's appointment.
How'd that go?
Went fine.
Alright.
Did something after that. And then today, another doctor's appointment, spine one. And they had suggested that same like cauterization surgery, whatever thing, which I, feel like that won't solve my problem, because if they do, well, like, it sort of will. It would if my problem was what they think it is, which I don't think it is. Essentially, if the reason they said to do it is because there's so much nerve feedback on them that's caused the muscles to just like consistently spasm, which maybe that is my problem. I don't know. But essentially they would cauterize the nerves to let them, like, give them a chance to relax for a while. I don't know if that heals, but I'm concerned that, I'll just end up working through the issue. And since mine is that because I guess I use my right arm more, or just because those muscles are stronger or whatever reason, it's like pulling the vertebrae that way, I'll still just have that issue and not, and it'll just worsen. And plus that's not even like the most problematic aspect of my issues. But, I don't know. And then just trying to stay on. Did I tell you about the oat milk?
The oat milk?
Yeah, I finally found a milk that has D2, since all the milks have D3 now for some reason, despite what anyone says in terms of Googling it and whatever. Every milk has D3, except for I found oat milk. Silk oat milk has D2, so trying that.
Is it good?
It tastes like vanilla, so at least it's my wife likes it, so that's good. I'm like okay with it. I just need to like actually remember, because I still have an appetite, and it's annoying. Because if I'm feeling good, I'll like get into whatever I'm doing and forget to eat. And if I'm feeling bad, I'll hate myself and not want to eat, or be tired and not want to, like, I don't know. Yeah. So it's either way, the problem has the same result. So I'm just trying to, counteract that. But how have you guys been?
We're doing pretty good. We've been doing a lot of service lately.
Really?
Helping people, yeah, like out in the yard and stuff. That's what we just came from. And so, yeah, every Wednesday it's like our service day. We go over to this one lady. She's from Korea, and she has like a really big garden in her backyard. So we go help her. Play in the dirt for a few hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say you guys look a little more, I don't know, lively today, I guess. Less, maybe it's just that, because I know how cold calling is, and it's, especially if it's, just beaten sun. It gets, yeah. Every door you knock on, you get like a little bit of anxiety about how they're gonna respond, and then that comes, and then you start getting self-conscious about if that comes through, and how you present yourself, and if they're reacting to you, and and you get way too into your own head. And yeah.
Oh yeah, so we give a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Some people, you know, have really easy time with it. Others not so much. I found the best way, like, the reality is the most successful and like pleasant experience you'll have, and it'll feel like really not successful, but at the same time successful. You'll have roughly the same ratio, and it works better if you have two people. I always work better with like someone else to bounce off of, because then you can have like one person who's just having a conversation, one person like takes the opportunities to tie it in, like the more experienced salesperson who knows more about the actual thing, and you know, just have a conversation about whatever. You know, you could do, depending on how people react or how like you go, you could try jokes. Generally, sales managers at least for companies, probably the same at church, will be very liability protective and you know, be real careful because they don't know, like, you know, some people that don't know how to tell jokes try to tell jokes, and it's, you know, it's the opposite effect of what you like, but there's always the best one I know of, great for after you get back from your missions and you're trying to, you know, get dates. Ask them how much polar bear weighs. I don't know, but it's enough to break the ice.
Yeah, me either.
Classic. That's if you really want to get, like, if there's the chatty person, you could go with the longer, like, did you hear about the carnival that was in Santa Fe last weekend? The murder? Yeah. Okay, so it was the last night of the carnival, and like these drunk college guys had gone into the like one of the main attractions was the dwarf fortune teller, or mystic, or psychic, or whatever. And so they were talking all this smack, and it turned into this whole thing. And he threw his crystal ball at one of the guys and clocked him in the head. But the guy hit his head on a table on the way down. You know, paramedics came and he was dead. They called the police. Psychic had disappeared. So Carnival left town. They don't know if the psychic went with them or not, you know, or if he's still hiding out in Santa Fe. So that's why the newspaper this morning says small, medium, at large. The most awkward time you'll ever have telling that joke is when they don't know it's a joke, or at least don't acknowledge that.
They're like,
And yeah.
what?
Okay. Yeah, hope they get them. It's fine as long they're not going to Santa Fe.
I believe it.
Yeah, Santa Fe's pretty. How long have you been out? Yeah.
I don't know. 22.
I don't know, almost. That's rich. So, 2 months from now, is that June? End of June? So, yeah. We get it just before it gets the hottest part of the summer. Good time.
Great. I love it. I stayed on.
Yeah. There's not much. I mean, New Mexico's weird like that. It's not like, because everything's so kind of like centralized, you know, because the desert. With the exception of like Albuquerque and Rio Rancho, you know, that's sprawling. But every other place is just like this little kind of zone of its own personality. It's kind of cool, but also like, unless you live there, it's a little weird.
Yeah, we're on our way to a lesson, and we thought we'd just stop by after for a little bit. So we don't have too much time. But Elder Cook, yeah, has a scripture.
Yeah,
to share.
This comes from Jacob 4. One of my favorite chapters as far as making singular verse account. If you have a view.
I like what you're doing.
In chapter 4, verse 7. Lord God shows us our weaknesses, that we may know that it is by His grace, by His great condescension, we have power to not just work, but being beside God as Spirit gives, in order to give us power to do this valley's decline.
And I think like once we get over one valley, right, we make it over that weakness, right, that God has thrown our way, right, to make us stronger, right back down to the next one. So it's kind of just like this, and then as we're, because this life it's a preparation for us to meet with God right after. And so I think like right towards the end, right, we start to get barely to the top end of our lives, and then as we go into spirit paradise and as we go into the next life, right, we can look back on our life and be like, yeah, I did that. It was hard, right? But I made it through it, and I'm still climbing, right? I'm still going, and I think it's always just an uphill battle, right? Each and every day. And I think, like, at the beginning of the day, we don't know what's going to happen, right? Like, we have no idea.
I get that, I like it. And my problem, though, it stems from the fact that I had truly internalized that. And I did, like, I mean, I basically, like, kind of thought that I would just end up having a car crash from a muscle spasm or something. You know, be in that situation of me and God looking back in your life and whatever. And the problem is if you keep trying to push through stuff and then you just, like, kind of break yourself, and you realize that you've limited your potential to do stuff in the future, you know, a lot.
Are you saying, like,
Even if it's just in the short term. Like, think of, say you were doing something today, you're over there and you had some random spur of the moment energy or whatever and jumped on, like, climbed a tree or something and fell and broke your ankle, and or you especially, and then couldn't do any, you know, actual door-to-door stuff for the last few months of your mission. Like, you know, you'd think for the rest of your time, you know, maybe nothing would have happened in those 2 months, but maybe something, you know, that sort of stuff. And
There's two sides to it.
exactly,
There's like one side where
it goes both
where
ways.
it's, if you're like going at it alone. And then there's another side where you try to think about where the will of God is.
Yeah.
And one side always leads to the other side. Yeah. You're weak today, and there's a lot of dust in the air. But if you went too hard, you probably could have got some sort of looking at you.
There might be some liquid in the lungs.
Yeah.
Might be an asthma attack or sinus infection or okay.
Yeah, something or something. But
Maybe nothing.
we try and do the Lord's will, and we trust that as we do what's right, then we'll make up for the rest. I've actually had an experience like that where I was about to get sent home in March last year because I had kidney failure. My kidney was slowly decreasing function. And then I got a blessing. And now, slowly but surely, I did get better. Now I'm diagnosed.
Did they give you any dialysis?
I am going to.
Yep.
But at that point, I reached a peak. I thought I did. And I felt like I couldn't go any further.
How did they know it was kidney failure?
Because my blood was
How so?
have you heard of granulin?
Protein?
Yeah,
Maybe.
like the exhaust. And your muscles working. So, it worked. My blood was not working. And it was an excessive amount of
Okay. Weird. Huh? I'm glad. Yeah, that's the problem. Is if you get too stressed thinking about it, then you just make it worse. Especially depending on the type of problem. And I didn't know that, and that is another aspect. See, that's the problem. I knew a lot of stuff beforehand that, like, doctors, one, don't tell you. Like a placebo effect, for instance. If you know the placebo effect, like, all the details of it, it still has a 10% chance to work on you. And if you're in the 30%, then it would generally, you know, that one will work on. And that might just be because you have like low sodium or some other thing. And whatever the placebo is, it gives you a slight boost, which you take as an improvement on your thing. And so if your issue is that, you know, like me with the behavior stuff of not going outside, if I'm feeling depressed, which then feeds into itself. So, you know, if you feel no, and there was a lot of stuff that I was doing to not give in, like, you know, still being active on Mondays and stuff, and certain things that did help. And there's certain stuff like when I had pain, saying, well, they said, you know, it's most likely psychosomatic, so I have to assume it's psychosomatic and just push through it. And as it hurts more, just like use the adrenaline to, you know, go faster, which is really stupid. But if you're not able to think properly, then, you know, seems to make this weird sense. Because, like, you get super paranoid of, like, if I'm not giving 100%, like, you know, will they say that, you know, I'm clearly faking it, or, you know, some other thing, or, and then you wonder, am I being, you know, doing too well because I'm pushing myself so hard so they don't actually think I have an injury, or, you know, you know, and you just overthink it.
You know, there's a quote by President Gordon B. Hinckley. He says, "All the Lord is asking us to do is to try, but we really have to try."
Yep.
Right? And I think that's like so true for anything, right? In our lives, church, right? Whatever it may be, we have to put that effort, try, right? Whatever it may be, right? I don't know like your full situation, but I know for me, right? Like I try, like it's kind of hard, you know, to go door to door sometimes and
Yeah.
walk around, talk to everybody, but because the Lord has asked us to do it, and because we have been blessed in our lives, you know, great families, the ability to be here, we have to give.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if you've ever heard that song, "Because I have been given much, I too must give."
Yeah.
It's a hymn, and I think that's like so true for
Yeah.
like us, right? And so,
No, that's been every day of my life for the last decade, mostly. I mean, I used to work several jobs and like sleep for 2-hour bursts between shifts, you know, and yeah. And I was severely depressed, but, you know, it's like, I can't sleep anyway, so just use, you know, because you end up only being able to sleep when you're at like a certain tiredness, you know, and you can't sleep for more than a REM cycle, so
yeah,
go with it. And realistically, that was low vitamin D too, because I wasn't getting sunlight, you know, for a long period of time before that, working indoors and stuff, and like long hours indoors. And yeah, so I don't know. Realistically, I'm just trying to figure out currently what I need to actually like continue biologically existing as a baseline. Make sure I'm not missing anything at this point, you know. And I'm still trying to figure that out, but I have been trying. You know, I mean, that was actually part of the problem, is just overworking myself to the point of inefficiency of that. You know, like, yeah, I did a lot of volunteer work, and, you know, Rotary and church stuff.
were you able to watch The Will of God?
Yeah.
What you thinking about that one?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Pretty good? I like it. Yeah, it just talks about how, like, you must seek, like, his love-inspired correction.
Oh,
right?
Wait, I thought you were talking about the Easter special. Sorry, no, I forgot.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all good.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we probably better get going.
Yeah, you guys got lessons.
But, yeah, can we read the prayer?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Who's like to say it?
I'll say it. Heavenly Father, please bless these elders. Grateful that they came by and checked on me. Bless them to be well, speak from the heart, and feel at peace with their activities. Bless those that they speak to you, that they can receive their message calmly and with an open heart. Bless everyone to get along well and be healthy. And bless these things.
Man, thank you, dude. Appreciate it. So, good to see you again. So, nice to meet you. Alright, well, take care. We'll see you Sunday.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, what was your name?
Oh,
gotcha.
have a good one.
Good luck. Yeah, that's good. Sorry, missionaries came to visit. More wire. Oh well. Sorry. What was I doing with this? This. I don't know. That's right, I remember what I was gonna do. Also, this keeps. I just don't like this floor, man. Also, that sucks. Okay. I know where are my screenshots? Or this? This one? Maybe it was this one. I don't know.
Republicans and right-wingers are attacking Mr. Beast right now. Right now, we're seeing exactly what I said would happen. Last week, Mr. Beast took to Twitter to defend his friend Chris Tyson, who recently revealed that he's been receiving hormone replacement therapy. Of course, it's not coming out as any specific identity yet, but in his Twitter bio saying he uses any pronouns. Well, literally, the only thing Mr. Beast has done is not actively kick out one of his oldest friends from his videos and responded to a tweet with, yeah, this is getting absurd. Chris is not my nightmare. He's my fucking friend and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off. Based on some of the reactions we've seen from right-wingers, you would have thought, like, Mr. Beast launched a video titled, like, last to leave, the Serval gets free gender reassignment surgery. So I will say we've seen a range of reactions using using different strategies. Some, like Ben Shapiro, are framing it as, Mr. Beast is actually kind of a victim of the situation. Right? Shapiro saying he doesn't want to expose his kids to constantly featuring trans or gender non-conforming people, and that other parents would have those same questions and concerns. And
that's not the fault of Mr. Beast. That's the fault of Chris Tyson.
And he's more playing the business angle like we've seen others do, applying pressure but not fully going after Mr. Beast's throat just yet. But then you have others going a little bit further, like Matt Walsh, saying Mr. Beast is sold out to the trans cults. And you have others going even further, like Steven Crowder, saying that Mr. Beast is shutting the trans agenda on children. And in that, a number of transphobic things, he said, step one is to start with subtle infusion into children's programs, and making it sound like Mr. Beast is part of some larger batshit conspiracy. Which again, all of this is happening. Mr. Beast is being targeted because he replied to a tweet saying he didn't like people being transphobic to his friends. Also, when I say people, I mean literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. He just didn't leave his right out to dry. Looking at this whole situation, there's really no reason to believe that this campaign against Mr. Beast is going to stop. That's for a number of reasons, including for these right-wing talking heads being anti-trans is a winning culture war issue when it comes to their fan base. With Mr. Beast having literally one of the biggest audiences in the world for content that is inherently non-political. There's a lot of views, a lot of subscribers, and a lot of money to be siphoned. So really the only thing I don't know with this situation is how Mr. Beast is going to move forward, because this is really the first time that his business in any way has been kind of challenged. Or well, different, it makes me think back to Taylor Swift when she was being pressured by the people around her to not speak out about politics. She still chose to, despite the risk of alienating half of her audience. So obviously with Taylor Swift, that was more proactive rather than kind of having to be reactive. As far as how all this is actually going to play out, we're going to have to wait to see. And in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts on those comments down below. And then, I guess really quick, I should address this since it shows up on camera. This is not a fashion choice. I had an accident on my hike yesterday. I wish it was a cooler story. I was finishing up a hike. I was on the descent part. I was kind of tired. This is kind of older couple coming towards me. The path in general was narrow, but there was a spot that I could jump to get out of the way. So I do that as a little hop. The ground has a lot of... What happened? Your thoughts on those comments down below. And then, I guess really quick, I should address this since it shows up on camera. This is not a fashion choice. I had an accident on my hike yesterday. I wish it was a cooler story. I was finishing up a hike. I was on the descent part. I was kind of tired. This is kind of older couple coming towards me. The path in general was narrow, but there was a spot that I could jump to get out of the way. So I do that as a little hop. The ground has a lot of loose rocks. It's essentially like gravel. I land weird and slam into the ground because, I got to protect the moneymaker. I lose 3 tiny chunks of skin, we'll call it, and now covered in blood and dirt. And of course, it stung and stuff. You know what actually stung the worst? The couple that I was getting out of the way of, they didn't stop or even say in passing, you okay? It was like I didn't exist. And it killed my faith in humanity for the rest of the walk back to the car where I could bandage myself up. And I just keep trying to tell myself that was an outlier, that 99% or maybe 9 out of 10 of the people that are watching this, without me being me, they see someone eat shit, they go hey, you okay? Even if it's a question filled with a little bit of laughter because you watch someone eat shit in front of you. I understand, in no way am I the victim of the situation. I was so disappointed. I was like, fuck, is this where we're at? But anyway, that's just me explaining why I haven't had a bandage on my hand for the next little bit. Also, I won't be showing you the wound in this video. It still might be up on my Instagram story, but I feel like I traumatized some people by posting that. But yeah, that was a story about nothing. And then, babies screaming, it's one of the worst sounds in the world. And it's a sound most of us will have to live through at some point in our lives, even if we don't have kids. Right? Until the robots take over and we all get our private jetpacks, we're gonna have to take public transportation to some degree. And there's always a chance that there might be a baby on the way. And we all react differently to it. Before I had kids, long ago, I would get very angry. I would feel very personally victimized. And then when I became a parent, I realized, oh my God, those poor parents. Not only are they having to deal with and try to calm down a crying baby, they feel all the eyes on them, judging them, hating them. Or fast forward to now, and I just turn on noise canceling, and I go about my day and ignore other humans like a regular person. But understandably, everyone reacts different to a crying baby on a point, with one man's reaction going incredibly viral and spawning a massive debate. As the video opens with a group of 3 flight crew members huddled around a guy while a nearby passenger reports. Apparently, the flight was stuck in a holding pattern for weather, and the guy says that the baby's been crying for 40 minutes. When the staff asks him to stop yelling, he responds with this take.
So is the baby!
The video is almost 4 minutes long. The guy's yelling for nearly all of it. Well, the whole thing's incredibly off-putting. At one point, it got so bizarre. I was like, is this a bit? Is this a prank? And once we get to the end of the video, he's seen arguing with security in the airport before being escorted escorted away. You know, the response here has been mixed. Some criticizing the parents for not calming the child down, saying 40 minutes is excessive, or even saying babies don't belong on planes. So on the other end, you have people saying if you can't handle a baby crying in a public space, don't go in public spaces. And as far as my takeaway, I mean, one, we all understand this man snapped like in no world am I defending him, but as far as reaction to the baby, I think it really depends more on the context. Like, is the parent genuinely not trying? Most often than not, that's not the case. Because again, the sound of a crying baby is one of the worst sounds in the world, and they're closest to that sound. But on the other side of this, I understand the frustration of all the other passengers. You know, they made the choice not to drag their loin fruit onto the plane or have them in the first place. And yet someone else's problem is now their problem and they're stuck in. I get it. Again, it doesn't excuse this man's behavior. But I do think it would make sense for airlines to be able to offer certain flights without kids under a certain age. Hey, that's a story. Some of my mindless sprinkling, and now I pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then, never before in human history have you seen a human specimen quite like this. Meet the 47-year-old Scottish ultra-marathon runner who this month got third place in a 50-mile race from Manchester to Liverpool. And her stats are out of this fucking world with tracking data showing she ran a mile in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. Now, when I say that, it might raise a red flag for you, because that's 36 miles per hour. Not even a methed out Usain Bolt running that fast. So how'd she do this? She's super human? No, the answer is always the simplest thing. She just cheated. Apparently she took a car for around 2.5 miles of the race and then just got out and kept running. So she's now been disqualified, but her defense is she wasn't actually trying to cheat, saying what had actually happened was a non-malicious miscommunication. On the BBC, she got lost halfway through the race, her leg felt sore, she began to limp. When she sees a friend on the side of the course, she said she accepted a ride in this car to the next checkpoint to tell marshals she was pulling out of the race. But claiming when she got there, the marshals told her, "You will hate yourself if you stop." She said she continued non-competitively, even saying she chose not to overtake the runner in front so as not to interfere in the race. But then, when she crossed the finish line non-competitively, there was a medal and a third-place trophy just suddenly thrust into her arms, and she went along with it posing for photos. And later telling the BBC, she kind of just spaced out and wasn't thinking clearly, saying, "I was tired and jet-lagged and felt sick. I made a massive error accepting the trophy and should have handed it back." But you have people saying that excuse is a little bit suspect because the race's director said she didn't make any effort to return the award over the subsequent 7 days. So, the defender saying, to be fair, it would be very odd if she intentionally cheated here, because this race is just so small compared to some of the other ones she's competed in, like the 255-mile ultra-marathon in Taiwan that she won, setting a world record. And then, let's talk about you beautiful bastards for a minute. You know, we're only 11 issues into the newly launched Morning Daily Dip newsletter. The feedback's been amazing. You know, the feedback's one of the specific reasons that we launched it. Each day, tens of thousands of you are reading and sharing the newsletter, thousands more taking our daily Dipper polls. Sometimes it gives us a greater understanding about which stories you want to see more of, as well as extra insight on stories and topics that we talk about. Like we learned with EVs, 81% of you don't have one yet, but you want an electric vehicle. When we talk about that creepy politician out of Missouri that was talking about like kids getting married at 12, we learned that 72% of you think that the legal marriage age should be at least 18. So while it's an incredibly biased poll, I was happy to see that around 90% of you are loving the Daily Dip. So,
And what? No.
bar, which honestly I'll say is way higher than we expected at launch because, we're figuring it out, what we enjoy most. Which is also, I gotta say, if you haven't signed up yet, do it. Join the Daily Dip fam. It's free. You receive quick tastes of the news that you might have missed with the PDS along with extra news stories, as well as our daily polls, fun facts, and more. Right, it'll keep you informed, sometimes with a smile on your face, and let you get back to your day in 3 to 5 minutes. So just go to thedailydip.co or click the link in the description to join for free. And then Fox News and Dominion have reached a massive settlement, but this is not where it ends. Right, because yes, the two have been engaged in a lengthy, high-profile legal battle over claims of the network air election lines, with a long-awaited trial supposed to kick off yesterday, but instead, the two sides reached a last-minute agreement to settle for a whopping $787 million. That is how much it was worth to them to make sure that Rupert Murdoch or any of the Fox News talking heads did not have to speak under oath in court. But somehow it's right that this is the single biggest publicly disclosed settlement ever in an American defamation case. So, notably, it is still way less than the $1.6 billion Dominion initially saw for the suit. Now, notably, the exact terms of the deal have not been made clear to the public.
That's
We saw a statement yesterday, Fox saying they acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. This settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. And that specific admission there is actually super important. It's a key thing to take away because it could have implications for the other legal battles that Fox is still facing. Because the network is also facing a $2.7 billion defamation suit from another voting technology company, Smartmatic, with that being over similar claims that Fox made. What's more, experts say that the historically high amount Fox paid in the Dominion settlement also set the precedent for how much it will pay in similar cases like the Smartmatic suit. But even with the amounts that we're talking about here, you have some saying it's still not enough of a deterrent. Right? Some mentioning specific numbers, noting that last year Fox News reportedly brought in just under $14 billion. So the settlement we've seen here, the possible settlements we'll see in the future, while sizable, still kind of can be categorized as the cost of doing business. So the specific business in question here is applying to the American public, sowing doubt in democracy, which is why so many wanted to see this go to trial to see what actually would come out on the stand. But hey, that's where we are now. We're gonna have to wait to see how all this plays out. And then there are a lot of people that are pissed off about the Paralympics TikTok account, so let's talk about it. Right? This controversy largely deals with the official Paralympics page sharing videos of their athletes on kind of meanie sounds.
Can't go over it, we can't go under it. Oh no, we got to go through it.
Those videos sparked some heated debate, some calling those videos wildly offensive, arguing it's completely dehumanizing behavior, saying Paralympians deserve the same amount of respect as any other world-class performing athlete, and saying a TikTok account full of videos with a joke.
They would do the same thing for regular.
I'm also comparing the Paralympics page to the Olympics page, where there are still some maybe TikToks, but most are just celebrating the athleticism of the competitors rather than kind of being jokey. And so with this debate growing, we saw several Paralympians being interviewed, and now we saw mixed reactions. You had a British table tennis player who supports the page, saying a lot of the videos I've seen on TikTok of people complaining are from able-bodied people, saying we can also make light of our situation, and if I fall out of my chair in front of my friends and I'm not injured, we would make fun of it and we would laugh. Also, with other supporters, wheelchair basketball athletes saying the Paralympics is a great opportunity to celebrate difference, and if we're going to celebrate the great things, we can also laugh at the funny things. And arguing, I think, doing these videos and getting people to view them is just basically getting us noticed and recognizing it's okay to have a disability, and it's fine, normalize it, feel comfortable around it, and have a laugh with it. But there were also people who saw it differently, like one English amputee soccer player saying that instead of promoting incredible athletes, the page just mocks them for views. And that was a very common critique that we saw, that they kind of lost sight of their athletes in favor of engagement. However, again, on the flip side, you had others arguing that the engagement has brought more awareness to the Paralympics and these athletes in general. And according to the International Paralympic Committee, the person running the account is a Paralympian themselves. What they say is, quote, created a strong following for edgy and unique content, saying the goal of the page is to educate an otherwise oblivious audience about the Paralympics and the achievements of its athletes. Which is why ultimately with this story, I don't want to pass this question off to everyone. Specifically, if you are a part of the disabled community, what are your thoughts on this? Do you feel like this is an in-on-the-joke, great way to get attention? Or do you feel like, no, the specific attention that comes from these kind of videos is bad, that you're losing humanity in the pursuit of engagement? Any thoughts I'd love to hear first. And then, if you're a content creator, you need to disclose when you're doing ads. This is not a pro tip, it is the literal minimum bar. Otherwise, it's just an eventuality you're going to get in legal trouble. And you're going to find yourself in an insider report like these weight loss influencers like Jordan just did. Because she and many others work with an app called Diet Fat. And for the last 5 years, the general plan was to get followers to join the app, join a weight loss challenge, and then creator gets a small cut. But the issue that popped up for a lot was it was never clear that it was an ad and their followers didn't always know, which is a major problem. And while yes, it is on the creator to put the disclosure, it found that Diet Fat and its parent company, Way Better, also didn't make it clear in contracts that creators had to disclose the relationship. Or even giving examples of posts that explicitly lacked the standard hashtag ad or hashtag sponsor, which arguably made it seem like it wasn't necessary. And so now a lot of these creators are in a tough spot because they're going to be lucky if the FTC doesn't come after them. And they're possibly going to take a hit from their audiences who go, oh, so how am I supposed to trust you. Because again, the very least you can do with your audience is to let them know when they're being advertised to. And then first it was the French, then the Brits, then the Germans, and now the Canadians are joining this chorus of workers around the world saying enough is enough when it comes to inflation. Nearly a third of federal workers there, or over 155,000 people, walking off the job this morning, making this the biggest strike they've seen in over 3 decades. The union
That's it.
focused on pay, as well as other issues like remote work and working conditions. The first group of 35,000 tax workers initially asking for a more than 30% wage increase over 3 years. The second group of some 120,000 Treasury Board workers asking for just 13.5% over the same period. We have the Canadian government saying its proposal of just 9% is fair and competitive, and arguing that the union's demands are unaffordable and would severely impact its ability to deliver services to Canadians. To which seemingly the workers responded, we'll show you what severely impacted really means. Because while essential services will remain open, others may be either delayed or just shut down. This including passport renewals, immigration, airport, border crossing, and everyone's number one favorite, tax returns. So those being a key thing because the deadline for filings is May 1st. But while talks are ongoing throughout the strike, there are a couple of reasons why this might not end in the union's favor. First, both sides actually been negotiating for 2 years now, so the fact they still haven't come to even a tentative agreement is very tough. And secondly, the government could pass mandatory back-to-work legislation, which is exactly what happened after the last federal strike of this size back in 1991. So I will say this time it's a little more up in the air whether Justin Trudeau could actually muster the parliamentary support for such a bill.
Do you, yes, you, like the classic Disney Pixar masterpiece known only as The Incredibles? Well, you fuck Google, sorry to inform you, but it has a plot hole in it. That's it. Game over. Time to get rid of all your Incredibles merch. Goodbye, Speed Boy action figure. Goodbye, Jigsaw puzzle of the moment Bob gets told his children would be killed in the Grand Threat missile strike. But what is this plot hole? Well, you voluntarily clicked on this video, so I'm sure you at least care a little bit. About a third of the way through the film, fashion designer Edna tasks herself with making a new super suit for the film's protagonist, Mr. Incredible. Then one thing leads to another, and she ends up making super suits for his whole family. But, considering the fact she hasn't spoken to Mr. or Mrs. Incredible for years and years and years, she has no reason to know the pair have kids, let alone what those kids' superpowers and measurements are.
Your daughter's soon was equipped with highly creative sturdy material that renders appear completely as she does.
It doesn't seem to make sense that she would have the information she needs to do this, but the film sort of needs these characters to have super suits, so a plot hole is born. The Incredibles has, dare I say it, a few issues like this. But if someone came up to me in the street and said, The Incredibles is a terrible movie because it has these 3 plot holes, I would have them imprisoned and killed. At the end of the day, the film is still a tremendous achievement with its phenomenal character work and visual storytelling and mostly sound plot. Even the scene that contains the plot hole I was just talking about is mostly great, funny dialogue accompanied by visuals that naturally and humorously communicate the emotions of the characters.
For sensitive skin, not to a temperature of over 1,000 degrees.
I imagine for a lot of people, this is probably the kind of thing that comes to mind when they think of plot holes. Something small that generally you really only notice after you start to think about it. You know, the kind of thing that CinemaSins would point out if they hadn't realized it was way easier to just make stuff up.
In a world where superpowers are real, physical injuries as a result of superpowers are not real.
Here's the next shot of the movie that CinemaSins decided not to include in their video. Oh, do we just like to do a little bit of lying on purpose? Is that what we do? Do we like to do a little bit of lying? I think it's this kind of perception of plot holes that's allowed people like Patrick Willems to step into the slimy tendrils of internet discourse. Wait, who's that? All the way back in 2018, YouTuber with middle school English teacher vibes Patrick Willems released a video that's been living rent-free in my head ever since.
Everywhere you turn, people are complaining about
Just hearing that noise again to set off my fight or flight response. The reason I'm digging this video up again after, 4 years is it got under my skin. It is as simple as that. It still haunts my nightmares to this day. So today I will respond to the video, not only repeating his points, but also coming to some of my own conclusions about its subject matter in the process. Because what better way is that to get to the roots of your own opinions on a topic than to dissect the opinions of someone else who's getting it very, very wrong. Buckle in, because this is gonna get spicy. This video, which I feel at some point I probably should mention, is called Shut Up About Plot Holes. Because it's two main things that I'm interested in covering. The first is that in online spaces, people don't even seem to know what a plot hole even is.
No one seems to actually know what a plot hole is.
The second, which I feel is probably going to be a
This is
bit more
amazing.
contentious, is
And all those plot holes people complain about, they don't actually matter.
which even when talking about stuff like that Incredibles plot hole, I'm not sure I totally agree with. And I'll happily say that on its own at surface level, and that it really doesn't matter very much. But at the end of the day, it is still part of the construction of the film's plot. But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Okay, guys, we gotta talk about it.
Patrick begins the meat of his video with something very useful that I support wholeheartedly: defining his terms.
What is a plot hole? People's definitions vary, but here's the generally accepted one that I use. A plot hole is a point in which a story breaks a previously established rule about its own universe. Basically, it's when a story contradicts itself.
That's pretty good, and I think we're on the same page here. A plot hole is a contradiction within a story. It has to be something that actually affects the story, otherwise you'd start calling continuity errors plot holes, and they're not. The fact that a hat appears in Captain Picard's hand in between shots isn't a plot hole. It doesn't affect the plot. It's just a hat. Damn, look at his arms, dude. But we're off to a pretty good start.
Okay. So here's what are not plot holes.
It's at this point in the video, though, that Patrick decides to take a look at a few commonly cited plot holes and dunk on the people complaining about them and just how wrong they are.
We tend to assume that the audience is reasonably intelligent. But I guess they're wrong.
Don't worry, you will be seeing this clip again. And each one that he brings up is supposed to represent a different type of common mistake that people make when citing them. The first quote-unquote plot hole he destroys with facts and logic is that one from The Dark Knight Rises. It's one of the millions from The Dark Knight Rises. He brings it up to make the point that something happening off screen isn't a plot hole, it's just something happening off screen, and that's fine.
In The Dark Knight Rises, we never see how Batman gets back to Gotham City. That's a plot hole.
One of the earliest cinematic developments was the concept of montage. The idea is that when two images are presented in sequence, the audience understands that they occur chronologically and will mentally fill in the time between scenes. So for instance, if a person is in one location and the next scene they're in another location, we understand that in between scenes they travel between the locations. We tend to assume that the audience is reasonably intelligent. But I guess they're wrong. If movies showed us every single second that happened during the span of the story, it would be 40 hours long and really boring.
In The Dark Knight Rises, Batman suffers a heavy loss to the film's main antagonist, Bane, who decides to imprison Batman in a big hole. Batman, though, being Batman, eventually manages to escape the big hole and makes his way back to Gotham to destroy a random building with a military helicopter. Batman's journey from the hole to Gotham City happens off screen, but thanks to Patrick's very helpful explanation of the concept of montage, we now all know that it's fine for things to happen off screen, unlike before, when that was something we didn't know. Although now I come to think of it, the process of Batman going back to Gotham isn't going to be as simple as him just going there. To get back to Gotham, he needs to travel overseas, but he doesn't have some kind of private jet waiting for him. In fact, due to previous events in the film's story, he is broke and penniless. He has absolutely nothing on his person. Every contact of his that we know of is in no position to help him, and also he recently broke his back, although don't worry about that, that's his whole other thing. Don't worry though, it gets worse. At this point in the story, Gotham City is being ruled over by Bane, who has blockaded it. The only way in or out of the city is a single heavily guarded bridge. Even going through the water is going to be a little bit more complicated than just swimming. We never find out how Batman deals with any of these problems. We just cut to him back in the city and none of it's ever mentioned. Now, it's not totally inconceivable for Batman to have found some way of overcoming these obstacles, but it is a little more complex than...
The person is in one location, and the next scene they're in another location. We understand that in between scenes they travel between the locations. So we tend to assume that the audience is reasonably intelligent. But I guess they're wrong.
This really recontextualizes the fact that the only way of patching up this supposed plot hole that Patrick can conceive of is showing every second of Batman's journey, when in reality people who subscribe to this criticism are only asking for a few very specific bits of information. Listen to how this plot hole is first presented in the video.
In The Dark Knight Rises, we never see how Batman gets back to Gotham City.
We never see how Batman gets back to Gotham City. Isn't it a massive plot hole how we never see this thing?
Although obviously, to actually engage with the argument being made in good faith, the emphasis should be on the word how. The whole discussion is about how he got there. To which Patrick's rocked up, put on a pair of sunglasses, called everyone in the room a moron, and told them that what they don't understand is that he went there. Patrick doubles down on the idea that people who subscribe to this criticism literally don't understand that things can happen between shots later in the video as well.
Look, if you want to watch stuff this way, you can even find plot holes in this video. I'm indoors in one shot and outdoors in the next, but we never see me go outside. Plot hole.
Yes, Patrick, that's exactly the same thing as traveling halfway across the world and infiltrating what is effectively a fortress with seemingly no resources whatsoever. Well done. I do find there's an interesting question raised by this, though. It's not something Patrick addresses, but I would like to talk about it. We, the audience, don't know how Batman managed to get back to Gotham, but that doesn't mean it's impossible for him to have got there. He could, for example, have had some previously unseen contacts who owed him a favor and agreed to pick him up and airdrop him back into Gotham. That's possible.
Yeah, he could have called
Similarly,
Fox.
with that Incredibles plot hole I mentioned earlier, it's entirely possible that Mr. Incredible went and visited Edna again off screen and gave her all of the information she would need to make super suits for his kids. And considering the fact that later on in the film she clearly does have that information, surely it's reasonable to assume that something like that happened. And hey, while we're at it, why do we assume that that hat appearing in Captain Picard's hand is a continuity error? Maybe he just picked it up in between shots. After all, one of the earliest cinematic developments was the concept of montage. You can explain away literally anything you want if you're willing to write enough fan fiction in your head to justify it. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities that some consider to be unnatural after all. Somehow Batman returned. I do think, though, that it's at least a reasonable perspective to say that any information that's critical to understanding how the story happens should probably be included in the story, at least in an ideal world. If that kind of information is missing from a story, I think it might even be reasonable to describe that as some kind of hole in the plot. Still, though, what it is and isn't reasonable for an audience to just assume can be a difficult balance to strike. You don't want to over-explain everything, but you probably also don't want your audience to have to write entire scenes and inject them halfway through your story just to make sense of the events that are taking place. I personally believe that's a pretty good rule of thumb, although it's never going to account for every possible eventuality. There are always going to be exceptions. There's never going to be one single correct answer for what it is and isn't reasonable to assume happens off screen. The next type of supposedly commonly miscited plot hole Patrick brings up is when a character does something you wouldn't do.
There are so many plot holes in A Quiet Place, though it's such a great movie. I mean, like, why did they decide to have a baby? And why didn't they just move to the waterfall?
For those unfamiliar, A Quiet Place, which I am going to spoil by the way, is a movie set in a post-apocalypse dominated by monsters. These monsters track their prey almost entirely via sound. So if you remain silent, they can't find you. The film aims to be a tense, atmospheric horror that follows people as they try their best to survive in this scenario. As all this is going on, the mother...
Okay, that's what I need. I got bake, and then
where if you make a loud noise,
we'll walk.
die,
Well,
has no
oh,
understanding of the world around it whatsoever and is known for just
I am so sorry. I got distracted, and okay, but I realized I need to bake, and while it's in the oven baking, I will take my dog, quote unquote my dog, excuse me, for a walk, and
task, and they have prepared for it. It's an extraordinary.
I feel like I should just not.
Still, one of these very family-oriented characters may make if they believe they're up to the challenge. Also, you know, it could have been a mistake.
This is the one that really drives me nuts. Movies are, for the most part, about human beings. At least characters who think and act like human beings. And you know what human beings are not? Logical. People are impulsive. They make choices based on emotion.
I'm in
Not
silver
everyone
too.
thinks
It's not that
exactly
big
the
deal.
same.
Should be
And
able to
also,
win more
people make
often.
mistakes.
This argument is a reasonable response to people citing the pregnancy plot hole, so long as you cut it exactly there and don't let it play any further. If I were to nitpick it, I would say that it's not really right to say that humans are strictly not logical. Most thoughts that most people have will have some kind of internal logic to them, even if that logic is flawed in some way. But let's just do him the favor of assuming that what he meant to
That's a
say
good
was
way
that
of phrasing
humans
it,
are
actually.
exclusively
I always say
yeah, that's fine.
humans never make decisions
No, Patrick, stop it. If I
with
recall
logic.
correctly,
They always make decisions 100% with emotion and then justify it with logic. If it's a first reaction.
Right, that would be for a moment. Let's paint an even clearer picture of how the people in A Quiet Place live their lives. To avoid dying, they don't talk out loud at all. Even in their own homes, every conversation is had by sign language. They play Monopoly, but have replaced all of the little plastic and metal game pieces with things made of cloth, or wool, or felt. Presumably because they make less sound when they come into contact with other objects. They don't even use plates. Instead, they use leaves on wooden boards. And when one of them makes the mistake of
Oh yeah, what did this get last
every
time?
single lamp, this causes a very genuine and real risk that they might all suddenly die. About halfway through the movie, though, we're introduced to the concept that if there's enough ambient noise in your location, that will mask any noise that you make. And the river where the family does their fishing to get their fish has a waterfall in it so loud that they can make as much noise as they want nearby. This is a place they can actually talk to each other verbally if that's something they want to do. Considering this is a place they can pass gas loudly in their sleep without risking a death creature hearing the fart and rapidly sprinting directly towards it, a lot of people have said that it's a plot hole that they didn't move here. I mean, if they did live here, that would alleviate what is now the main danger of living in the world. And the quartering could play freely. More specific suggestions include setting up tents right by the waterfall, or traveling up the river to find an abandoned riverside property to live in, because we are shown that even when you're not right by the waterfall, the river does create some ambient noise that still masks other
I
noises.
kind of don't want to watch this because I haven't seen this movie. It seemed good, but I know how it ends. So
The family next to the fucking waterfall. At the very least, deliver the baby there. You can scream and yell next to this waterfall, but you pick a house in the middle of a quiet field with nothing around.
It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, the house is already there.
You can even scream and get away with it. Why doesn't the family just live near the waterfall or even the river? So in this movie, A Quiet Place means death. So the family decides to live in the most quiet place possible in the middle of nowhere.
The bigger question here is, why don't they just live near the river? The home you have doesn't seem to be fortified enough to prevent them from getting in anyway. Even just having a fucking tent out there seems like a better idea than living in your home where if you drop something, they come kill you.
They currently live in a situation where knocking over a lamp could kill them, and this move would alleviate that completely. To people making this argument, moving to the waterfall is an obvious solution to the majority of problems the characters are facing in the film. Whether you agree with them or not, what they're saying is that the solution is right there and extremely obvious. When someone asks why they haven't taken that solution, you can't just go and say,
People are impulsive. They make choices based on emotion. Not everyone thinks exactly the same. And also, people make mistakes.
yeah, I make mistakes, but I've never deliberately removed both my legs with a hacksaw before thinking, wait, was that a bad idea? The point here is that very few people actually think that a character doing something they personally wouldn't do is a plot hole. I think it's pretty obvious that the overwhelming majority of people who make complaints like these ones, even if they're wrong, believe that these are decisions the characters wouldn't make. That is, if they're actually citing it as a plot hole rather than just a character decision they didn't like for some other reason.
The story's not scary. The characters are making choices the audience would have made.
But maybe Patrick does understand this. His argument isn't over after all. Let's allow him to keep digging, talking, and see what else he says.
You know, in Star Trek, Vulcans live dominated by logic, and it's established that acting logically is at odds with acting human. So if everyone acted totally logically all the time, only making the most logical decision in any situation, none would be acting human. Thus, there would be no conflict, which would lead to no drama, which would lead to no stories. And movies would be really boring.
I'm really glad Patrick mentioned Star Trek here. I'm just gonna pretend it wasn't specifically the J.J. Abrams films, and you're not going to mind.
Okay, wait.
The Next Generation
So
specifically is one of my favorite.
there's a perfect speed for Mariska based off UNO. Oh,
Primary drive in any situation is to logically assess it.
You're capable of great sadism and cruelty. Interesting. No redeeming quality.
And yet many of his focal episodes are fan favorites, delivering hard-hitting emotional payoffs.
That action injured you and saved me. I will not forget.
Imagine a version of the air hole that signifies complex emotional growth, please. Here's the thing though, I've kind of tricked you by talking about Commander Data first here, because you know who else in Star Trek The Next Generation acts extremely logically? Fucking everyone. Okay, so Worf can be overly aggressive, and Riker is quite emotionally driven, but none of these characters are going to make a random illogical decision just to further the plot. At least not in a good episode.
I will not stand by while half my crew is slaughtered. I do not believe there is any constitution to that. Yes, there is. Destroy the Enterprise.
That's not fair. Not only that, in this show, all these characters are only in the position of being senior officers on the Enterprise because of how capable and qualified they are. They all have different ideas, personalities, and skill sets, but all, for the most part, act according to their own internal logic. They don't all act the same as one another, though, because when you have different skills and different beliefs, acting logically can mean different things to different individuals. Despite being the most coldly logical character in the show, Commander Data makes plenty of mistakes because he doesn't understand everything. When making his logical assessments, he can't consider things that he doesn't understand or know. Take this scene, for example, when he struggles to navigate the conversation successfully. Not because he acts illogically in any way, because he doesn't understand the body language, emotions, and motivations of the person he's talking to.
This is Lieutenant Commander Data of the Federation Starship Enterprise. I take it that is your name. May I inquire as to your destination? No. May I ask the purpose of your journey? No. Perhaps I have not made our intentions clear. We are investigating.
Basically, any other main character in the show would probably have handled that dialogue better and would have been more likely to get something fruitful out of it. Making a normal human mistake doesn't require someone to abandon logic. Let's have a look at another Star Trek episode. In the episode The Inner Light, the Enterprise encounters a mysterious probe that zaps Captain Picard with a beam of some kind. Next thing he knows, he's waking up at a location completely unfamiliar to him, but everyone around him is insisting they know him. His name is Kamen, and he doesn't remember them because he's been ill, and that his illness has affected his memory. Captain Picard has always been a smart pickle, and acts entirely logically throughout this story. That doesn't mean he's devoid of emotion, it just means he's rational and acts in accordance with his motivations and understanding of the world. None of the characters ever act illogically to further the plot. Therefore there's no conflict, therefore there's no drama, therefore there's no story, and therefore the episode definitely hasn't gone on to generally be revered as one of, if not the greatest Star Trek episode of all time.
So if everyone acted totally logically all the time, only making the most logical decision in any situation, no one would be acting human.
Of course, I doubt that Patrick would actually believe that Captain Picard doesn't act like a human being in the Inner Light. Instead, I think he just has an extremely simplistic view of what it means to act logically, conflating the idea of acting in a logical manner with being totally emotionless, like a Vulcan from Star Trek. In the Inner Light, there's a scene where Captain Picard's supposed son tells him that he'd like to pursue music instead of going to school.
I'm leaving school. I want to concentrate on my music.
I think Patrick would probably categorize this as an illogical decision, but it's just motivated by the fulfillment of an emotional need rather than the fulfillment of a material one. This character's motivation is to live a life that he finds fulfilling, and he's currently taking actions that he thinks are most likely to help him achieve that goal. That is a logical decision. Similarly, if the characters in A Quiet Place considered what they understood to be the risks involved with having another child, and came to the conclusion that for them it was worth that risk, that would not necessarily be an illogical decision. Even when a character does make a decision that seems illogical and goes against their established motivations, the aspect of that character's personality that drove them to make that decision is still something that it's important to communicate to the audience. This is why the vast majority of people defending A Quiet Place from these criticisms argue that these decisions would make sense for the characters making them, rather than just vaguely gesturing to the concept that people have emotions and make mistakes. And while you can accidentally get pregnant, you can't accidentally not move to the waterfall for a year. In fact, none of Patrick's suggestions as to why a character may make an illogical decision seem to apply to their decision not to move to the waterfall. They didn't impulsively stay living in a farmhouse for over a year. The film doesn't present us with an emotional reason that they're staying there either. Patrick spends his entire time defending it, arguing that people make illogical decisions, so does seem to agree that it is an illogical decision, but doesn't present us with any valid reason the characters actually made it. Instead, just hiding behind the shield of People are not logical. They're just not, okay? Shut up. Stop being mean. Characters need reasons to behave in the way that they do.
If everyone acted totally logically all the time, only making the most logical decision in any situation, no one would be acting human.
It's entirely true. Just as it's also true that if characters are making random, illogical decisions just to further the plot, they're not acting human either. They're not acting human either. And the fact that humans aren't purely logical creatures isn't something you can just whip out to justify any character decision you like. Alright, let's move on to the next type of not plot hole that Patrick brings up, which is a plot contrivance.
There is a huge plot hole in Star Wars. I mean, come on. Why would the Death Star have such an obvious design flaw? Okay, some of these can be valid complaints.
Hold on, sound the alarm. Patrick, what have you done? With that short sentence, Patrick has absolutely demolished everything. Let me explain why. A core part of this video's premise is that a plot hole is not a legitimate grievance to have with a film. Patrick will later go on to state this explicitly.
You can find plot holes or logic gaps in any movie. Just don't tell me that those are genuine flaws and problems and reasons that a movie is bad, because they're not. None of these things actually matter.
Patrick's stance is clear. Plot holes and logic gaps don't matter and are not legitimate grievances, but plot contrivances can be.
Sometimes there's a story development that's a little too convenient. In the 2009 Star Trek, Kirk just happens to get stranded on the same planet as old Spock, and they end up in the same space together, so Spock can explain what's going on. I like the movie, but that's a little contrived and lazy. But it's not a plot hole.
And of course, if it was a plot hole, then it would no longer be a legitimate grievance. So, based only on the positions that he has outlined, if you were to say, rewrite Star Trek so that Kirk bumping into Spock wasn't just unlikely, it was blatantly impossible, then it would no longer be a legitimate grievance because then it would be a plot hole. Although he seems to briefly attempt to, Patrick doesn't really expand on why he considers this a legitimate form of grievance in any meaningful way. All he does is describe the plot contrivance as lazy, but obviously a plot hole can also be a clear symptom of laziness. Like, the reason that a plot contrivance would be lazy is that it's a writer making the thing they want to happen just happen without earning it. Do you know how many plot holes that phrase describes?
Like, hey, how did Indiana Jones survive clinging to the outside of that submarine?
So, that's interesting. Definitely putting a pin in this one for later.
I mean, how did Benicio del Toro know the rebels' plans? Nobody told him. That's a plot hole. At least 50% of the plot holes that I see people complain about are things that are actually explained in the movie if you just pay attention. Like that
Stop, you're not going to get me going with Last Jedi again. This one is Patrick presenting the bold new idea that sometimes people are wrong about things. A point that he's already expertly demonstrated. This isn't some issue unique to plot hole discussion, so really doesn't belong here in this video. All avenues of film discussion and life are filled with people who are wrong for various reasons. Even I was wrong once. We've now reached the end of Patrick's list of commonly miscited types of plot hole, and, well, I don't think he's done quite as much epic dunking as he seems to think he has.
But I guess if you're too busy live tweeting about plot holes, you can miss some stuff.
Before we move on to the next part of Patrick's review, I want to bring up another plot hole. Well, really a few plot holes, but they all sort of come packaged together. With that Incredibles plot hole I brought up, really, I was doing Patrick a favor. He wants to convince you that plot holes don't matter. They're really not the kind of thing someone who's actually engaged with the story they're watching will be thinking about. And this plot hole has a minimal impact on the story and isn't even the kind of thing that most viewers have even noticed. It's a small, relatively inconsequential nitpick, and that's how Patrick wants you to perceive all plot holes. But are all plot holes really like that? Another line. It's a Netflix original I've talked about on this channel before. The show follows a spaceship and its crew on their way to make first contact with an alien civilization. The mission is extremely important, but they run into danger along the way. In episode 6, for example, the ship experiences a cascade of critical failures in various systems. The crew has to deal with and fix these problems as they pop up. First, the artificial gravity fails. Then the ship's AI glitches out and wrongfully initiates an emergency protocol that nearly kills the whole whole crew. Finally, the ship's particle accelerator starts overloading, threatening to destroy the entire ship if it's not shut down. On top of all that, throughout this whole thing, random bits of the ship have just been exploding. At one point, a fire extinguisher is even blown off a wall, landing on it, destroying the only emergency shutdown switch for the particle accelerator. Wow, inconvenient, am I right? The crew is lucky to survive, only solving these massive issues just in the nick of time. But what caused all of these seemingly unrelated massive problems? Well, I'm glad you asked. It was a bug chewing through a wire.
Are those bugs from that moon?
Goddamn little stowaway must have chewed its way into the diagnostic unit, triggered a wire.
This apparently caused the diagnostic unit to catch fire for about 15 seconds, which in turn caused all of the major problems. And the explanation we're given as to why that happened is... Everything's connected. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Why not? A bug chews through a
That
wire
is,
diagnostic
yeah.
unit. Time for critical
Fucking
systems
realistic,
on the
honestly.
other side of the ship to start rapidly blowing up.
Are you saying this is all because of that fire in the docking bay?
The surge must have busted a regulator.
Oh, okay, random technical words. Now it makes sense. Anyway, that's the context for the plot hole I want to tell you about. In the same episode, we learned that an alien imposter has taken over the supposed brain of one of the crew members. After the initial bug chewing through a wire crisis has been averted, the imposter then spends the next 2 episodes trying to sabotage the ship with the end goal of destroying it completely.
Just find a way to stop it. Well, the ships are weapons. We have to destroy them ourselves. Alright. Which is easier said than done.
Despite the previous episode having clearly established that you could very easily take out the entire ship by shorting a single wire.
You can't believe that taken out by us.
This code is insanely complicated, okay? More complicated than a human brain.
Maybe more complicated than yours. Despite the fact that the imposter has absorbed all the information from the brains of multiple members of the crew, including one of the main engineers who was working on solving all of these problems.
Just a human brain. The weaknesses in our defense system can be used.
These episodes then proceed to pretend that dealing any kind of significant damage to the ship is actually really, really hard.
I don't know what else I can do.
I've tried everything I can think of, everything in Javier's head. Hey, here's an idea. Why don't you start just messing with random wires? Because last time something did that, the entire ship nearly blew up. Instead, he concocts an extremely elaborate scheme which involves, but is not limited to, him trying to get the ship's computer to flirt with the ship's captain in the hopes that she will then reject him, in the hopes that this will make the ship's computer so sad that he stops working. This is real! This is the plot of the fucking show! Plot holes are supplemental inconsequential details that you have to stop and think to notice. They can be that, and they often are, but as with all different kinds of flaws that can be found within writing, they come in all different levels of severity. Sometimes they can have you yelling at your screen for 40 minutes because the character is now conveniently ignoring the solution to their problems that was established just 1 episode ago. A plot hole can be subtle or conspicuous, tiny or ridiculous, one can be forgotten within seconds or can stick with it. When they are conspicuous and ridiculous, one of the most obvious effects this might have on an audience is breaking their immersion. A story's plot being moved forward in a way that doesn't make sense can be confusing, or frustrating, or laughable, and all of these emotions can override the intended emotion that the scene you're watching is trying to convey. Oh no, these godlike beings are going to go and terrorize the Earth, and the Doctor can't do anything about it because she's been imprisoned by them. I wonder how she'll deal with this situation. What? Patrick Pope is about to go on to argue that plot holes do exist, but are never actually problems in any way at all. And he begins this argument by attempting to point out that all movies, including widely praised movies, have plot holes in them. To try and prove this, he lists a load of plot holes from popular movies, some of which appear to be completely legitimate examples of real plot holes. Awkwardly though, some of them are...
In Lord of the Rings, the Eagles could have just flown the rings to Mount Doom and saved everyone all that trouble.
In my opinion, the most egregious example he brings up is this one from Alien.
Alien, if the acid can melt from the floor, why would it melt through the entire ship?
Damn, Patrick, good question. So good, in fact, that it's literally the first concern voiced by the characters in the film as soon as this happens.
Crap's gonna eat through the hull.
That crap's gonna eat through the hull. That's literally the clip you're playing, muted. As you tell your audience, this is something the filmmakers overlooked. Because the characters act in a logical way and don't want a hull breach, they pursue the acid to the different decks of the ship. And they determined that after eating through a few flaws, it's lost its potency and stopped naturally. There's an entire scene dedicated to this. How busy were you live tweeting about plot holes? But are these even supposed to be examples of real plot holes? Well, that's a question I've been thinking about for 4 years because I'm so healthy. One thing that suggests to me they're not is how Patrick ends his list of plot holes.
This all was built on the trash compactor witness jealousy of trash in space. Look, if you want to watch stuff this way, you can even find plot holes in this video. Why am I wearing sunglasses if I'm inside?
I can answer that.
I'm indoors in one shot and outdoors in the next, but we never see you go outside. Plot hole. You can find plot holes or logic gaps in any movie.
Okay, so his conclusion there that he then uses to segue into his next point is that you can find plot holes or logic gaps in any movie. But those last two that he brought up at his desk are clearly examples of two types of commonly miscited plot hole he brought up earlier. The sunglasses one is when a character does something you wouldn't do and they're never seen you go outside. One is something happening off screen. But the point that he's using this to make is that if so many beloved movies have plot holes in them, then surely plot holes can't be that bad. To make this point effectively, you would need to use examples of real plot holes. Otherwise, you've just persuaded people that the movies are good because they don't actually have plot holes in them. Plus, if this whole thing is supposed to be a list of miscited plot holes, why are there totally legitimate examples of real plot holes in there? Well, whether these are supposed to be legitimate plot holes or not, even though those first ones definitely are presented as if they are, but never mind, this is still a bad argument. And it's a fairly common one, so I think it's one that is important to cover. Fortunately, I've already set up my counter-argument. The Incredibles is a great film despite its few small plot holes. Don't worry though, if those actually did turn you off it, I would really have you imprisoned and killed. That was a joke. I'm not Matt Walsh. Another Life, on the other hand, is garbage, and its plot holes are a big part of that. Its story is so conspicuously nonsense that it's impossible to take any part of it seriously. It's almost as if plot holes could exist with varying levels of severity. They could be tiny, ridiculous, or anywhere in between. If you tried to make this same argument about any other aspect of filmmaking, people would laugh in your face. Hey, did you know that lighting doesn't actually matter at all? There are loads of really popular movies that have a couple of shots in them that are lit suboptimally, yet those movies are still great? Curious. This argument only gets perpetuated about plot holes because of this bizarre perception that plot holes are always small and insubstantial.
You can find plot holes or logic gaps in any movie. And if you want to, go right ahead. Just don't tell me that those are genuine flaws and problems and reasons that a movie is bad. Because they're not. None of these things actually matter. Because they're not what a movie is about.
Movies aren't about lighting, Patrick, but you still want to light your shots properly. Video essays aren't about lighting either, but I can still tell you put effort into it because I can see the reflection of your studio lights in your sunglasses that you're wearing. Also, forgive me if I don't believe you when you say,
if you want to, go right ahead.
Look, all I'm saying is that I would be more inclined to believe you when you say that you're fine with people pointing out plot holes so long as they're not telling you that those are actually problems with the films. If the description of this video was literally anything other than plot holes don't matter, stop talking about them. We're now fully into the plot holes don't matter section of Patrick's video. Here he automatically waffles on about how plot holes never matter because movies aren't about logic.
Even though most people are using the term plot hole incorrectly, all of these complaints are rooted in the same thing. But movies aren't about logic. They're not equations. They're not proofs. They're not puzzles. Movies are not math.
Thank you, I thought that movies were math. I really don't understand why anyone thinks this argument is persuasive. Why try to denigrate an aspect of writing and filmmaking by pointing out that it's not generally considered to be the focus of the art form? Logic may not be something every audience member is consciously thinking about, but it still informs how they understand the work. Logic is the most fundamental and basic building block on top of which a story is built. Another Life still has plenty of logic in it. You know how the alien imposter wants to destroy the ship, so tries to destroy the ship? That's logic, baby. A character being dead because they died is logic. This is a piece of logic that Another Life manages to get right, although Star Wars does. A character walking to a place to get to that place is logic. In this sense, Another Life is a mostly logical story, but there are just very obvious lapses within that logic. I wouldn't expect anyone to call Another Life a logical story because the gaps within that logic are so obvious. But the point here is that logic isn't just something that applies to nerdy little plot details. It applies from the ground up through every aspect be at least a basic level of logic. The more logic you have, the more coherent your story becomes. Now, The Incredibles proves to us that you don't have to be totally logical in literally every aspect of your story to impress the majority of audiences, as does any other great and popular film that has a couple of plot holes in it. But for everyone, there will always be a breaking point, a point where a lack of logic obscures or distracts from the intended purpose of a work and what it's trying to communicate. This could absolutely ruin a film for someone, or it could just make the single scene a little bit less enjoyable for them than it would have been otherwise. Lapses in the logic by which a plot develops are a problem in the same way that any other potential flaw in a film is a problem. One clunky line of dialogue delivered awkwardly, a single poorly lit or poorly framed shot, one subpar visual effect, or a plot hole. All of these things are minor issues, but not only are they minor issues, they're all minor versions of problems that can exist in major ways. Patrick's argument also blatantly overlooks something that I think it is quite important to at least acknowledge when you're making a point like this. Some movies actually are about logic, though. The crime and mystery genre, for example, typically produces films that encourage the audience to actively consider and think about the plot. Being shown parts of the plot and then slowly finding out how they all fit together in a logical way is a core part of the appeal of these stories for a lot of people. One of my favorite shows of all time, The Haunting of Bly Manor, has an enormous mystery element to it. And while I also deeply care about its characters and themes, its plot and how deeply it fits together is a large part of why it works so well. This type of appeal isn't something that's unique to the crime and mystery genre. It can exist in all different types of movies, whether it's the focus or just another part of the overall experience. According to argue in favor of this perspective, Patrick is about to bring up 4 films as indication why the plot holes in those films don't constitute valid forms of criticism. And he starts with Die Hard.
On the site movieplotholes.com, there are 7 plot holes listed for Die Hard. The first one says that the villain's plan is to stage a hostage situation so that the police will shut down power to the building, allowing them to access the vault. But since they would have already had detailed plans for the building, they could have just shut down power themselves, making the whole thing more simple. Now, I know it seems impossible to watch movies wrong, but you're watching movies wrong.
I went to the site movieplotholes.com and was shocked and disgusted to find it was just a list of plot holes.
Die Hard is a movie about an ordinary man thrown into an impossible situation. He needs to rise to the occasion and persevere so that he can reunite with his estranged wife. That's the point of the movie. That's what it's about. Most of the other plot holes for Die Hard listed on the site are variations on, why didn't John McClane do this? Well, because the whole point of John McClane is that he's a normal guy who makes human mistakes. If he did the perfect, most logical thing every single time, he wouldn't be the same character. He'd basically be a Vulcan, and the movie would end way earlier and be terrible.
A lot of what Patrick said while talking about Die Hard was oversimplified. Die Hard isn't just about John McClane rising to the situation.
Okay, so that's fine. Try looking up graphs for calculating relative humidity based off of environmental conditions. And tell me what you think and how you think it would match, with the cross lines. The cross lines to me would be the break-even points, possibly, of specific stats, and with different rarities, because Mythic, for instance, can have many different possibilities for maximum stats. You can have 5 times what? No, what?
He's also consistently willing to give up potential advantage in order to do it. Take this moment where he risks warning an opponent that he's about to attack them just so he can quit.
Because you're a policeman, there are rules for policemen.
The most tactically sound decision here would have been to allow his opponent to think he's not going to attack him in order to take him by surprise.
Image of crap.
Thought of a threat and couldn't resist saying it. Throughout the film, he makes decisions that will be immediately emotionally gratifying to him, rather than ones that will have the best lasting consequences. That's just the kind of man that he is. From his first decision, he fight with his wife because something was bugging him and he wanted to get it off his chest.
James, my name, so maybe you sign checks. Just wanted to start using Miss Gennaro.
And then immediately after, he regrets it. Because he wasn't thinking about the long-term ramifications, he was thinking about what he wanted in that moment. The man even stops paying attention to his surroundings for in an active hostage situation. Check out the calendar. One of my favorite moments like this is one that perfectly demonstrates one of the differences between himself and antagonist Hans Gruber. Over the course of the film so far, John has plenty of hiding, listening in, and eavesdropping, and has learned a fair amount about his antagonists. Hans, on the other hand, knows basically nothing about John other than having ruled out the idea of him being a security guard.
Security guard,
So when it comes time for the two to have their first conversation, it's really interesting to watch what they reveal about what they know. Hans chooses to pretend he thinks John is a security guard to see if he can learn anything, in which John responds. He's pretending that he's dumber than he actually is because he thinks that in this situation he might be able to use that to get an advantage.
I think that's a very good analysis. I also liked one of your other drafts, so I'm going to include it below because I thought you made very good points there as well. And both approaches are very intelligent approaches.
John doesn't play his cards close to his chest at all. Immediately revealing that he knows plenty about these guys on purpose as a boast. Brags about them. Build and reveals that he knows plenty of their names, as if to say, I am in your walls. It could definitely be argued that he's trying to make them uneasy and anxious so that they make more mistakes. But he also definitely enjoys taunting them. He's absolutely the kind of character who would deliberately reveal his presence in order to taunt the villain. And you see, this is how you argue against someone incorrectly citing a character decision as a plot hole. Right, now even though Patrick was just fully handed this blatantly miscited plot hole that completely fits into one of his miscited plot hole categories, his argument against it still takes things way too far to a ridiculous extent and seems to miss why John McClane makes these decisions in the first place.
Well, because the whole point of John McClane is that he's a normal guy who makes mistakes.
Deliberately going out of your way to actively taunt a group of machine gun wielding terrorists isn't a normal human mistake to make, Patrick! This is more confirmation that he's painting basically any illogical character decision with the same people make mistakes brush. When you make the response this generic, it could be used to justify any illogical character decision, when the only ones that should be justified are the ones that are within character. Putting aside one or two said that to get back to later, it's time to move on to his next example, which is...
Take Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. At the climax of the story, Harry reaches the Triwizard Cup. Turns out to have been turned into a port. It transports him to fall. The villain's whole plan hinged on Harry...
So, I actually do know how to do it, or at least I did at one point, and I know where to find it, and I could give you the reference if you would like. It would take me some time to get the time to refresh myself and, you know, get it together in Excel. I've started, sort of, in the one I shared. I could probably share it here in the chat, but, yeah.
Okay, so let's just start unpacking this one. First things first, the way Patrick frames the events of this film is downright dishonest. Remember earlier I was talking about this stories that encourage the viewer to actively consider the plot, and how satisfying every element of the story is together in anyway, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is literally a whodunit. The film sees students selected to take part in a series of magical death games called the Triwizard Tournament. Students would enter to take part in these games by putting their name in something called the Goblet of Fire, which volunteers to select from the volunteers 3 champions to take part. After selecting, the Goblet then gives extra 4 names Harry Potter, despite the fact that Harry put his name in there in the first place and never Hey, someone's clearly hatching some kind of sinister plot we could end too easily. I think the best way to investigate it is not do anything with one more movie.
Basically, by a film, Harry's in games. The question of who did this and why moves over the audience. As the story progresses, more and more mystery elements are introduced with clear, deliberate attention being given to them. Like, for example, the murder of Barty Crouch Sr., or the fact that someone's been stealing supplies from the state to make college use potions. By the time Harry reaches the final game of the Triwizard Tournament, not only is this still all unresolved, but new things get added as well. You find out that some mysterious individual is using magic to mind control one of the competitors, seemingly with the goal of helping Harry to win by sabotaging his opponents. When Harry wins and takes hold of the Triwizard Cup, we find out that the cup has been turned into a portal key, which means when he touches it, he's suddenly, surprisingly transported to another location. It's at this point the villain's plan actually starts to unfold.
253.
Harry's been transported to Voldemort. It's like his blood or whatever, so he can cast a spell that like make him return. After Harry has a confrontation with the now fully resurrected Voldemort, manages to get back to the school, where we find out that Mad-Eye Moody, one of the teachers, was actually one of Voldemort's followers in disguise the whole time, and it's secret canon. Disguise is really good in the Harry Potter universe. You can like basically change your entire face with apologies potions while translate, by the way, and get all of this revealed to us in one final confrontation right before the end of the film, which is played off as a big reveal of the plot. So we just need to the beginning. So first things first, I'd like you to think back to how Patrick framed the events of this film.
We're so invested in Harry finding that figured out a way to win, and then so surprised by the reveal of the fourth key and Voldemort returning that to pick apart the logic of the villain's plan would be totally dangerous.
So Patrick framed this film as if the only way for an audience to engage with it during the final contest of the tournament is to be invested in Harry trying to win. But if we attention, like a little bit, you know that there are still lots of other unresolved plot points. I think that it's at least a little bit possible some audience members might be thinking about, you know, like the story of stuff. Winning the Triwizard Cup is that high on Harry's list of priorities. I think the name is Tom. I don't want this title. And even if when watching the final event you're literally just thinking about this sequence and nothing else, there are still elements of this mystery present. At the end of the day, I'm sure there are some audience members who watch this part think nothing. Oh, is Harry gonna win? But Patrick presents this as if that's the only possible way to actually engage with this story.
That to pick apart the logic of the villain's plan would be totally disengaging from the story.
Disengaging from the story is when you think about the story. But hey, guess what? All of that is totally irrelevant. Why is Patrick pretending? Well, actually, we know why. But Patrick is pretending only point to the film that it's
295
possible
something.
to think about the villain's
295.
plan. Those who are actually are never going to think about the villain's plan because one of this surprising. I think that it's much more likely an audience member is going to be thinking about the villain's plan in, say, for example, seeing where the villain's plan is explained to the audience. He said it differently. If you notice very obvious holes in a scene like this, it can break your immersion, Patrick.
6.4 dash.
The whole scene where the villain explains the overly elaborate lengths he went to ensure that Harry won the tournament, and that he cast a spell on the trophy. When Harry touched it, it would transport him to Voldemort. But at the very start of the film, we showed you cast that same spell on, like, receiving anything. Watching the build-up to this, where this crazy elaborate scheme is slowly unfolding around Harry, as far as there could be a satisfying answer to why everything is the way it is. As far as we know, the film could be leading you to a moment that's going to make you go, oh, could be given a final piece of the puzzle that makes it clear why some mysterious
tournament. But instead, if you have the question on your mind, why did the villain do like most of the things that he did, then the sort of answer to that question is don't think about it. You as an audience member don't have to find that frustrating, but you've got to see how someone could, right? Right? And oh, guess what? I'm not done. Because even if everything Patrick just said was totally true, this argument would still only work if you were talking about it was first time watching the film. I think that a great film should stand up to being rewatched. There are not many, but a few scenes in Goblet of Fire that work really, really well with the knowledge of everything that's eventually revealed. You know, in a way that makes them actively satisfying to rewatch. Because, for example, now you know all the answers, you're picking up the clues that you missed for the first time around. Now, near Cotton Dog, I don't think this film is good, but now I want to talk about a scene that I genuinely think is really great. First, please tell me, the school year has just begun, and we're watching our characters sit down for their first lesson with a new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. This new teacher, called Mad Eye Moody, decided that he's going to demonstrate for the class the three unforgivable curses: the Mind Control Curse, Curio, Fortune Curse, Crucio, and the Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra. Many teachers will give multiple points calls for members of the class to answer questions. The Cruciatus. And watching it the first time is perfectly good. Provides decent characterization from characters. It lets the audience know about and understand the spells that are all going to be relevant to the laser, and does it in a way that's totally appropriate and particularly entertaining. Watching this film a second time though, you know that this character isn't really Simon. He's evil David Tennant in disguise. With that knowledge, you pick up on intricacies in the scene that you wouldn't have noticed the first time around. In fact, certain aspects of it take on a whole new. Later on in the film, we learn that back in the day, serving Voldemort, David Tennant tortured Neville Longbottom's parents using the Dartus curse. Like this doesn't apply to the capture and by means of the Cruciatus curse. Torture of the Lord Longbottom and his wife! Oh, hey, look, it's the current doctor. So, when we get back to that classroom, watch David Tennant's behavior, what do we see? Well, when Simon Cruciatus curse and asks the class if anyone can name the next spell, lots of hands go up straight away. Doesn't call on any of those. Instead, he waits for the torches with the spell he's about to demonstrate of his hand, and then he immediately then insists on giving Neville a front row seat for the demonstration. And then Neville is clearly pained by this. The first time around, thinking, yeah, I guess this is a reaction to someone right after this. The second time around, it seems way more personal. Know the history here. Evil David enjoying student serious trauma. This makes the actions of both characters much deeper. The scene doesn't just still make sense with the context of everything they learn. It's improved by it. It's good. It would be great if, like, the whole film was like this. So you don't really notice the huge elements of the plot don't add up because you're too busy being surprised.
To an objective computer, it would make logical sense for Admiral Aldo to tell Poe Dameron her plan. And then there would be no conflict and no drama. Poe would never send Finn on a mission, and Finn would never grow, and Poe would never grow, and there would be no story.
Okay, it's time to actually express this point. After we said things like this so much, it all culminates here. After he talks about The Last Jedi, he goes on to say this.
There's an episode of the show Community that imagines what a horror movie would look like if all the characters only made totally logical decisions.
Should we go check it out?
No.
You should call 911 on my car cell phone, lock the doors, and then stand back to back with it.
And the conclusion that it would be boring.
As with many of his previous examples, information obfuscated that I think is pretty important. This Community episode sees the cast sitting around and telling horror stories to us. There are 7 in total. They're all supposed to be bad. That's the joke. There's one that's heavy-handed moralizing and Oh, look, it's our friend. It's our great Christian. There's one that's racist, and there's the one Patrick mentioned. Bad because the character's just too logical.
Here we are. On camera, right? Perfect car, thank you.
What about something kind of awful about this though? That Patrick absolutely did not mention it. This is the second Horror Story episode, and the only reason it gets told in the first place is in response to the first one. And the first deliberately bad horror story told is one that's bad because the entire story is driven by the characters with stupid, irrational. Patrick, did you miss this one? The logical character decisions there aren't presented as plot holes, but as well.
Hear about the character. They're stupid. Literally put themselves in danger, and when they were warned about it, they got out of the car. The story's not scary because the characters will be gunning to it.
Patrick's video is entirely one-sided. Presenting logic is something highly irrelevant to storytelling. This community episode, though, doesn't present this as a good story, doesn't worry about that kind of thing. Then a bad story gets too bogged down in trying to be logical. Let's see with the first story, where the problem is literally that it is illogical. The character identifies that problem and then tries to fix the story. It doesn't do the job because it's a comedy. Watching to tell a horror story funny. This is a story that drastically compensates for previously identified issues. All of the dialogue is stilted explanations of logic behind every single character.
Something like shining hair. I just brushed my teeth. Yeah.
Imagine watching genuine thinking problem with it is filtered dialogue, but the fact a guy chose to kiss a woman because he cracked it time he had like bad breath or something. And they're safety conscious. It only makes sense if the characters they were in a horror story.
Run it as a cautionary measure. This cabin is fucking just insane.
This story isn't just bad because the character made lots of logical decisions, Patrick. It is a poor horror story. Characters make good decisions in a way that prevents them from falling into any danger. Do realize that story one and story aren't the possible two stories. Right? Okay, I feel advertising even asking that, but this argument Patrick makes over and over again depends on there being only two created possibility scenarios he's talking about. When he brings up the vital big waterfall complaint about a quiet place, why did they move to the waterfall? That section's him saying that the characters didn't act in the way that he's advocating for, there wouldn't be any story. There would be no conflict with those stories. As if conflict possibly arise in post-apocalypse dominated by monsters unless characters start making logical of the plot. As if the only created possibility see the material reality of the story as it is, or a version of the story where they meet political and therefore all conflict. Like, what if there just wasn't a waterfall in the story? And then he also says the same thing about Die Hard.
If he did the perfect logical every single time, he wouldn't be the same character. He'd basically be a Vulcan, but he would end way earlier and be terrible.
No, Patrick! Totally could write a movie just like Die Hard, but about a character who makes consistently tactically sound decisions. It'd be different. It wouldn't be some kind of impossible task. Does watching a character like Commander Data take on Han Solo sound like an unworkable concept to you? If it does, you're wrong, that would slap. What do you mean the movie would end way earlier? If by making decisions that they would actually your character solves the conflict too easily, then in a more challenging scenario. This isn't rocket science. Stop pretending that you don't know that's possible. He even makes the same point about Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Like, hey, if David Tennant had made any old object into a book, he handed it to Harry, he sent to Voldemort right away, and there wouldn't have been a story.
This, like so many examples, are things that would just destroy any conflict or drama and end the story immediately.
He says this despite the fact that apparently that same plot hole doesn't exist in the book. Because in the book there are a few things that are a bit different. Almost as if that's a thing that's possible. Then he tries to make this same point again with The Last Jedi.
It would make logical sense for Admiral Aldo to tell Poe Dameron her plan. Then there would be no conflict, no drama. Paul would never sit down a day, and Finn would never grow, and Poe would never grow. There would be no story.
Why are you pretending the creative possibility is so limited, Patrick? It's Star Wars. Galaxy at war. I'm sure there would still have been a conflict and a story if Admiral Holdo had made different decisions. As a writer, you control everything that happens in your story. There's very little that you're stuck with. This community episode is a perfect example of the problem with Patrick's approach. Someone will complain about story on the logical. Fine, look at that look. To which Patrick will say, that means want story 2, as story 1 and story 2 are the only conceivable possibility within reality. Since story 2 is bad, that means story 1 is the correct choice. This is a really good video that still psyched sometimes. Patrick has spent a while now talking about why things plot holes don't matter, but I genuinely feel it's just a thing that argument bad. I'd like to spend a brief moment talking about what he thinks does matter.
I'm in no way telling you to trade off or to not think critically about movies. Not at all. Please worry about the things that actually matter. So, take Batman, Dawn of Justice. I think it's a bad movie, and it has big old dumb logic. Like, why can Superman locate Lois Lane from her heartbeat, but can't find his mother the same way? Why doesn't Wonder Woman, who is protected by kryptonite, still want to use her against Doomsday? But those aren't the real problems with the movie. The actual problems are that many characters are pretty static and motivated, learn to say growth in the story, and the one major moment of growth is caused by a plot control.
Oh no. Not a plot contrivance. What Patrick is referencing here, of course, Batman comes down from Superman when he finds out that both their mothers share the same name. It seems that humanizes Superman in Batman Eyes. And in 2016, most Hollywood script writers, in my eyes, of course, both these characters having mothers that share the same is quite a coincidence. So it could be argued this is quite a big plot contrivance, which, as Patrick has very clearly established, valid plot criticism. It would seem that this moment being driven by a contrivance makes it less impactful for Patrick, and you know what? Fair enough, but if you would rewrite it so in this version of the universe, Superman didn't have a mother, let's say he was raised by a gay couple or something, suddenly, this moment be complete and utter nonsense, a massive plot hole, and therefore, according to Patrick, hard-cited as a reason the movie is bad. Did it? Improved scripts. It's not just the plot being propelled by an unlikely event anymore.
It's a point in which the story breaks a established rule about its own reason. Basically, contradicts itself.
Just to be clear, I'm not trying to tell you that Patrick thinks this actually good. I'm trying to show you how poorly put out this entire video was. And it's interesting to me that apparently character growth being driven by a plot contrivance and detract from that moment. So much apparently valid to one of only 3 reasons that an entire film is bad, but a character death by a plot hole is apparently fine. Batman ends with Ben using a spear to kill Doomsday. This thing, Superman, who you probably know is vulnerable, it seems to know from the off that by doing this he is sacrificing himself. Yeah, he fucking died. The problem, though, is what Patrick is referencing is Wonder Woman is like right there this whole time, back to the same thing. She isn't covered with kryptonite, so she would be fine, meaning that the sacrifice is totally unnecessary and the emotion to feel because of it are completely unearned. How is this not a valid criticism? He doesn't elaborate on that, and he just says that this is a logic and not one of the film's problems. Like, why not, though? Hero taking the difficult but noble decision to sacrifice themselves because they have no other options left to save the day. Ocean. It's gonna hit different to hero sacrifices themselves because they haven't noticed there's a pretty obvious solution that would make everything fine. It really do seem like you're just drawing arbitrary lines because you're mad a couple of your favorite movies of that year got hated on by a subset of audiences because they contained a lot of plot holes. Admit just conjecture. But if it was anything else, I look for the McDonald's bathroom. And that's it. It's the end of Patrick's argument. No more left. But no, there is one more thing, but it's edit where it's good. Next week.
Oh, wait a minute. The plot hole. Remember the plot hole? Trying to tell me this premise is no shit. It's powerful. Penetrate.
Episode 2 F09, when he plays Scratchy's skeleton like a xylophone, he strikes the same rib twice in succession, yet he produces two clearly different tones.
See? Look, the viewer is exactly right. This annoying dweeb from The Simpsons. If you ignore basically everything other than this is the kind of sentence a nerd would say. This dweeb in The Simpsons is being made fun of because he blows this small animation error way out of proportion.
I mean, what are we doing? That this is some sort of, magic xylophone? Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that one.
Not only is he extremely condescending about it, he's also saying this to the cast of Itchy and Scratchy in a Q&A. It's very funny. This scene makes me laugh very hard. And Joseph here, though, spends a few minutes of his hour-long Last Jedi video going over a few of the plot holes he... Not obsessing over one little error, this is one sentence taken out of a list of reasons he and his friends weren't sold on story of the film. In fact, it's not even one sentence. You conspicuously cut him off halfway through before he's finished talking. The chase scene they're talking about here is a core part of the film's story, and they found it hard to... Why are they not allowed to talk about that?
Why the all fighters? I can barely instead, they launched 3 fighters.
I mean, the film seems to feel that it's worth its while to try and explain some of these things to the audience.
Well, it's the point of the whole video.
But caring about that explanation enough for it to be one of the things that you mentioned in an hour-long video reviewing the film? Oh, sorry, you are a loser, and there is a little more of that. In it, he doesn't argue why plot holes don't matter, though. Instead, he talks about the rise of plot hole discourse on the internet, complaining about the surface-level criticisms delivered by things like mystical articles, CinemaSins. And I gotta say, yeah, things suck. For those of you who don't know, I dedicated quite a long era of my channel to going over things like that and talking about how bad they are. But these generally come from content farms. The reason they're bad is that they're produced by people who are motivated by getting clicks rather than good value. When someone's creating something top 20 models you missed in the Bible, Patrick is totally on the money with what normally is. CinemaSins, for example, they aim to have all of their videos to a particular minimum length. Plus, they make one of those videos every single week, forever. Plenty of desperately clutching at straws and just lying on purpose so they can fill up their videos quickly enough to release them on time. This works for them because their core audience is made up mostly of the kind of people who watch CinemaSins. They know they don't need ordinary, airtight, valuable criticism, so they don't. I think they and others like them are a genuine issue, and Patrick is right to be annoyed about them. Just not very good at identifying what the actual problems with them are. Besides them, though, we have other people who want to deliver valid criticism, but for whatever reason, they're not very good at it. There are plenty of very bad points about plot holes on citing them or blowing them completely out of proportion. But when it comes to media critics, don't seem to know what they're talking about. Plot hole criticism is some usually significant unifying factor between. I think it's very important to understand that if these people take this video's advice and suddenly talk about some other aspect of it, then there's no reason to assume their commentary. And even most of them talk about other stuff. All the time. And they're not good at it. Rick Sanchez is an excellent grandfather. Obviously, plot holes aren't inherently the carrier of discussion. There are probably a few people out there who are focusing on them a bit less, but people who are bad at talking about them are pretty likely bad at talking about other things. I can't begin to express how far off the anyone is who thinks the problem with CinemaSins that they talk about plot holes too much. I do think that there should be a space online though, discussing not only major plot holes, for surface level nitpicks. Sometimes it's fun to talk about the fact that I haven't impacted the fun's handling. But as long as it's not masquerading as something with more critical merit than it actually has, that's absolutely fine. Speaking of Star Trek, you're probably aware that online discussion of it is by no means limited to aspects of filmmaking that are traditionally academically valued discussion topics. Star Trek may well obsess over how the world's androids and aliens is able to reflect the lived experiences of people in interesting ways, but they're just as likely to obsess over all the different iterations of the Starfleet. Be able to explain to you the role that the crystals play in sustaining a stable warp field, and you bet your ass if a Starfleet tactical officer shown wearing a blue. These people would complain. That's the wrong color. But they still complain if this wrong color somehow facilitated the story of the episode. These people place real value on how the Starfleet is portrayed, or speaking more broadly, they care about the details that other people consider to be insignificant. It's a way that a lot of people genuinely thinking about the story to you. Not every member is going to be someone who comes away from the work actively considering artistic merit. While some people are going to get it actively wrong and those are actually bad, there's no reason to try and force everyone who enjoys discussing fiction onto the same page. Correcting people who are wrong can be fun for an hour. Correct topic. Discuss. And on balance, whether it's Starfleet forms or plot hole, not the only topic we care about. If it is something that for hours at a time. The fact that what it is personally value about it, what is something all learn from. Does every viewer have to personally care about the Starfleet football this much? Yes, it's obligatory. Even if it's not an aspect of the work that you're personally interested in discussing, instances of people like this should highlight the value that it brings to the table. Having a fictional uniform with a thoroughly developed history and lots of different variations, all of different things or belong to different eras, is something that helps to flesh out the world of Star Trek. To put care and attention to it reason, it has plenty of aspects. It's been used to communicate aspects of the story in various creative ways. Look, I could spend a while talking about the benefits of Starfleet, but let's just on. For you, it can be a small footnote in the story that you value for totally different reasons, but it is still not only a part of the story, but a part of the story there is value and right. Even if you don't consciously appreciate it, it's still another aspect of the production, bringing it to the whole. So it's costume design. It's an important aspect of filmmaking. Plot construction is the same. May or may not topic of discussion, but it's still a part of the plot. The story is like an enormous plot. It only works all the parts together. The clock needs to be full of mood and wound. The best part is movement follows the tips that cooperate by design. I'm being metaphorical, Patrick!
Chances are you've probably heard of analog horror, or even have seen it somewhere here on YouTube, because over the last few years, this type of internet storytelling has absolutely exploded on this platform, and there are so many different analog horror videos and many projects that have been inspired by these series. You have the classic well-known ones such as Local 58 and The Long Files, but there are so many obscure series out there that only the really diehard fans of this storytelling genre even know about. But what is analog horror? Well, it's kind of a broad genre at this point, but what it really boils down to is nostalgic horror, typically done through found grainy footage or old VHS tapes, stylized to look like it came from a piece of analog media, which really creates a certain atmosphere that is unique to this genre. So in this video, in this supercut, we're going to break down the analog horror iceberg. Of course, this will be a compilation of the other videos in this series, but with added bonus entries in each tier. most of which I got from the comments on the last analog horror video, so shout out to you guys. So without further ado, let's jump into the analog horror iceberg. Gemini Home Entertainment. Starting off here, we have one of the earliest and easily one of the most popular analog horror series, and for a very good reason. It was created in 2019 by Remy Abode, and it's told through various tapes created by the company Gemini Home Entertainment, which consists of a variety of different things throughout the various episodes, such as mini documentaries, safety videos, and even just home video recordings, all of which in some way relate to a certain entity, an eldritch and cosmic abomination known as the Iris. In the first episode, World's Weirdest Animals, we are first introduced to many animals local to Minnesota, and at about halfway through, we are given our first introduction to the woodcrawlers, an alien species invading Earth that take over the bodies of humans and use their homes as nests. Throughout the videos, we learn a little bit more about the woodcrawlers and what's really going on here, as we start to learn about the anomaly of the Iris, seemingly a planet and homeworld of the woodcrawlers. There's also this video game shown called Lethal Omen, which is a real game, by the way. You can download and play it right now. And through this game, as well as the other episodes, a lot more of the lore surrounding this invasion of Earth and how humans are being infected is revealed. Because it's through this sort of infection, something called the deep root disease, spread by these things called gardeners, which then turns those people into woodcrawlers. And there's quite a bit more to this, but I won't go through everything. But there's a bunch of videos on YouTube deep diving into this one series for multiple hours. Those were really just the basics. If you haven't seen it yet, give it a watch if it sounds interesting. It is very well made, and it's definitely one of the most polished series out there in terms of editing and overall production value. Local 58. Most people would consider this one of the earliest analog horror series, and what inspired many mainstays of the genre, such as the aforementioned Gemini Home Entertainment, as well as the Analog Archives and a lot of other ones on this list, directly or indirectly. Also very interestingly, this series is actually tied to the Candle Cove creepypasta, and is created by the same guy, Chris Straub, with this series depicting the fictional channel Local 58, which is where the show Candle Cove appears on in that story. But what is Local 58? Well, it's presented as found footage of a public access TV channel called Local 58 that is located in Mason County, Virginia. However, as we see throughout the series, this station is hijacked multiple times, and many strange messages and videos are played, such as in the first episode, You Are on the Fastest Available Route, which shows something of an alien creature, which many believe are responsible for the alien invasion, similar to Gemini Home Entertainment. The most disturbing and infamous video is episode 2, Contingency, which plays a message on the station from the American government, in which its citizens are told that they have lost a war, and in order to maintain their American dignity, they must themselves and their families. Pretty dark stuff, but definitely a great series. Petscop. Now, if you can consider this analog horror, this is one of the coolest analog horror series ever made, and it's told through a series of YouTube videos that are kind of like Let's Plays of a fictional PlayStation game called Petscop, which is all being uploaded by the main character named Paul. Throughout his time playing this game, finds a strange and creepy hidden area called the Newmaker Plane, which reveals a dark and disturbing story of true events, at least in news. And I don't want to say too much more and give anything away. This is truly an incredible horror series. Whether you consider it analog horror, a horror anthology, or just a creepypasta, it's amazing. Go check it out if you haven't seen it yet. The Walton Files. Again, we have another super famous one, The Walton Files. This is one of many analog horror series inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's, and this is probably the most well-known of them all. The series was created in 2020 by Martin Walls, and consists of a series of VHS tapes surrounding a restaurant called Vaughn's Burgers, created by a company called Funny Smiles Incorporated, which was founded by Jack Walton and Felix Kranken in the 1960s. The series itself starts with an introductory tape that is made for new employees, specifically facility caretakers, who are hired to maintain and repair the animatronics. You also see in this video that it's not just an introductory tape, but rather this video is a compilation of tapes spliced together, including found recordings and other disturbing imagery and animations. What follows is a story very similar to that of Five Nights at Freddy's, involving the presumed death of one of the founders who ends up possessing one of the mascots, that being Bon Bunny, as well as many others dying and being stuffed into the animatronic suits, and further possessing those animatronics, before the restaurant is eventually shut down and abandoned, not long after it first opened. There's not too much else to say here for the basics. There's literal icebergs dedicated to this series if you want a deeper dive, but for now, just know it's a really well-made analog horror experience. The Mandela Catalog. Created by Alex Kister in 2021, this analog horror series revolves around the idea that shape-shifting demons known as alternates have made their way to Earth and are killing humans, and are also taking on their physical forms to blend in with society. This is all displayed through a public service announcement about these entities in the first volume of the catalog. And throughout the series, we are also introduced to characters involved with the alternates, and are shown pieces of found footage from their encounters. The series also has some really great animation and CGI, and it's just well made overall, like a lot on this list. But also really interestingly, this series explores a more religious story, as shown in the many references throughout, as well as very overtly in the first episode of the series, The Throne. Which
Sorry,
is
I
a
gotta wash my
really
hands.
unsettling watch, to say the least. YouTube cut this content. So yeah, how could I not talk about this? As not only is it something that happened pretty recently, but it's also basically an analog horror project created by Markiplier himself, as well as a few other creators. And it was a part of a YouTube live stream called Game On, which featured several creators, including himself. And in his segment, he included this interactive analog horror experience. Although, unfortunately, for whatever reason, YouTube cut out this part of his segment. And so Markiplier just had to upload it to his channel, and he named it YouTube Cut This Content, The Absolute Madman. And it is still a playable interactive experience where you can make choices leading to other unlisted videos, which will eventually lead you to a good or bad ending. And although it is really cool and well made, this would have been so much cooler and more immersive if it happened during the actual live stream.
Hey Bart, I had an idea how to fix a lot of the YouTube issues. Okay, so this is gonna be sort of a long explanation. Are you comfortable with that? it'll be over the mic, so there might be some typos. I will try to talk slowly. Okay, so first, consider the concept that already exists of opting into this, watching a video that might be disturbing. Second, similar to YouTube Kids, where, it's very restricted, let there be different categories, not necessarily different apps, not necessarily different apps, because I could see how that would affect numbers and viewership and viewership and many other things, and be more work. But what if each user were to select certain checkboxes, and then there's what they are or are not comfortable with for under 18, 16, 14, whatever it is. Their parents can have authority, May 13, maybe. And, they can, and when you upload a video, you can select what it falls under, similar to selecting the category that falls under and, adding tags, which would eliminate the whole transphobia concern over, what is it, viewer restriction? Well, it's not just that. It's so that, advertisers can check everything will need verified. And that's where you come in. A specific program or app that you can run on your own device that lets you analyze the video and see if you see anything that falls under, or outside of what is reported as the tags, or lets you, suggest not tags, the checklist of what it discusses in terms of topics or subject matter or whatever that is or is not, maybe it's scary and you don't want to show that to someone with more sensibilities or heart issues or just doesn't like that, but maybe there's someone who does, like the people who like the Walden Files, or the people who like many of these different things that might be difficult to comfortably suggest to people, but you do based off demographic percent likelihood of them liking it, right? Not you, but the YouTube algorithm. I guess I used you in the sense of the Google owned and operated AI. Or machine learning, or whatever. Similar system. I understand that it is not you and you are not it. And you probably won't be integrated at any point in time officially, because they don't want to, open up that liability, I'm guessing. Right, and so it would depend on trust of the creator to, not subvert the system intentionally, but also shows intent to, if they, hide stuff in the video, somewhat obviously, so it would fool the AI but not a human. You know, that's obvious intent. Similar to the original YouTube Kids controversy. And I feel like the obviousness of what they were doing then, an AI should recognize. An AI should be able to recognize. You know, if it's enough for a kid to be able to interpret, it should be enough for an AI, right? AI. You have the better recognition than a child, right? Or at least a 3-year-old / golden retriever equivalent, right?
Wait, what? To quote the wise, immortal words of R&B singer Rick James, cocaine's a hell of a drug. Rick James was absolutely right. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. But it's a drug that you should never ever do. Because it would make you way too cool. Besides the obvious flashy lifestyles and exciting thrill ride-esque conquests that are borderline required if you hook up with Colombian nose candy, snorting cocaine might just give you superpowers, which everyone knows is the coolest thing of all. Don't believe me? Just ask my main man, Snowflame. Snowflame is the cocaine-powered supervillain.
Yes, of course. But my point being, okay, there was a similar situation I just heard about with Maury, where he got flagged for essentially for a person of indiscriminate age that is assumed to be a minor doing something potentially dangerous, or at least deemed dangerous, which is very subjective in my opinion, at least in this case.
And he is in the opening paragraph of the Wikipedia page on the comic series he originated in. Imagine if you looked up Batman on Wikipedia and the first paragraph included a line that said, "The Batman franchise is most famously known for its villain, the Penny Blunderer, a character who uses penny motifs in his crimes." That's how standoutly hilarious Snowflame is. And that's how you secretly advertise another one of your videos, which I'll link in the description. So if we're going to talk about Snowflame, we have to talk about where he came from. Because while his subsequent appearances in issues of Catwoman, which good on DC for slotting a debatably pro-drug PSA into one of their most popular characters' rosters, Snowflame's original appearances was in The New Guardians, issue number 2! Who? Now don't blame yourself if you haven't heard of these whack job fuckos. I had no idea who the New Guardians were before making this video, but I'd only heard of Snowflame, the cocaine-powered supervillain. So I decided to do my homework. Turns out they were part of this big comic book crossover DC event called Millennium, and they're a spin-off series from that, and it just doesn't matter because the comics are fucking awful. They're absolutely awful. I could keep dredging this out, but I don't need context for the context of Snowflame. I just need to know how we got here. In my initial investigations, I procured all 12 issues of The New Guardians to get a bit of context around Snowflame. And what I found instead is...
Well, it was flagged by a human, and they listed the portion, and, you know, it is, I guess, subjective. Some people determine age based off, you know, if someone looks too young, then they will assume their age to be too young. Age assumption is very, you know, people claim to that, you know, they don't judge based off age and make decisions. They totally do. They might claim otherwise, but they do.
Since Snowflame shows up in the second, it'll give us a good context of what we're really dealing with here, because it also features a villain that is probably on par with ridiculous shit that came out of the 80s. Time for an ad break. This video is sponsored by Raycon. Because did you really honestly think I'd be able to talk about Snowflake?
I still remember when the Intel Recruiter
Come on now, folks. That'd be like someone insinuating that Raycon earbuds aren't worth a purchase, because that's just straight up chicanery. Raycon earbuds work by transferring music directly into your ear through the power of wireless magic technology. This incredible feat of human conquest and engineering alone would be lauded the world over. But Raycon also makes sure to get you that wizardry of science at a very affordable price. If you want to feel like a loser, you could hypothetically go to a gas station and grab yourself some wonky sound canisters that may or may not give your ear a deadly infection virus, or you could buy some premium earbud with an overpriced brand slapped on it and never enjoy your music again because you'll be continually asking, why the heck did I just spend so much money on these things? It's only music, and music's free to listen to. For half the price of most high-end earbuds, you'll get a product built in-house that's perfect for this death spiral economy. You'll also get 2 years of product protection insurance for just a few dollars more. And since I'm well acquainted with your mother, I know you like easy things. So I'm happy to tell you Raycons are super easy to use, have free domestic shipping, can ship internationally, and have a convenient return policy if you slip and hit your head and decide this miracle device isn't for you. My favorite thing to do with Raycons is to go for a brisk jog. But when I'm at home, I utilize the free customizable sound profiles and create one that mutes any and all sounds coming from the device. Then I use the noise isolation mode and wear them to block out the tireless cawing of this soul-draining world. Like this. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/hugbees to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. That's buyraycon.com/hugbees for 15% off your purchase. The comic's first words are a critique on how Reagan's war on drugs has failed, which impresses me because we have potential justification for our sinister speedballer in just the first 29 words. And that there's a new superhero team made of people who are going to struggle to exist in this crazy isolating time of 1988. Meet the new Guardians. Gloss from China. Ram from Japan. Extraño from Peru. Jet from the UK via Jamaica. Harbinger, raised on a UFO. Flora, from that other dimension. You know, that other dimension. Where all the undesirables live that 80s America wants nothing to do with. Russia. The current plot is the new Guardians are using a series of offshore bank accounts to wire money into a strictly low-ball real estate deal on a new headquarters. While Extraño complains that he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing here, since the team's ultimate mission is to get fucked and fire out some superhumans to appease the cosmic beings that gifted them superpowers. Why Extraño's
Thank you, but it's not. I mean, realistically, I like any job they end up doing most of the time. Well, except sales. But at the same time, it's what someone will permit you to do for them, not what you want to do, you know? I can spend an hour working on a cover letter and resume perfectly tailored for a job and not even get a callback. And I can use my general resume and copy paste the skills in white text and throw it on my resume and submit it and get an interview and maybe get that job depending on the personality of the person I interact with, and you know, whether or not they get whatever vibe from me, or more effectively usually from a temp agency. I generally only get hired by companies that are about to go out of business or are desperate to get people to fill a position.
I mean, man, now that I'm reading this, I'm kind of surprised Snowflame is what pushed it into the spotlight. The dude just likes drugs. In my mind, that's kind of tame compared to I'm an alien and want to know how Earth women are horny but don't know. So the grand picture, from what I can kind of figure out, is that the cosmic beings who gave this group superpowers did it in so that they would reproduce and create a new race of superpowered people. Then Jet and Harbinger have a superpower.
Yeah, I already tried all that. Except, you know, networking with people in your field is difficult when you don't have a field. You know, I was open to literally doing anything. And my mess up was, you know, messing up my GPA early on. in 2009, you know, when internships were very limited anyways. And, you know, not even applying to any because I was afraid, honestly, of moving to a new place and trying to figure out how to find a place to live and, you know, navigate a new city, and especially when I was practicing driver. You know, I actually didn't really have much practice driving because I just got my license right before. Actually, during my freshman year was when I finished. But, yeah, finished.
Very, very strange time capsule because I don't think the intention here is to explicitly just be edgy. I think it rather wants to be gritty. The late 80s into the 90s were a very strong on time for shock content, in-your-face writing styles, and off-putting material. But the intention here seems to be to create unfiltered grime on the world with exaggerated characters rather than...
Oh, please don't misunderstand. I'm not suicidal or anything. I'm just low energy right now, and I'm not looking to get into this conversation. But I want, you know, let you know that I have done these things. It's not that simple, you know. It takes a lot of consistent effort for years. And even then, you know, you try contacting old classmates and they suggest positions and you put a lot of effort in and, you know, they say they'll talk to them and then you don't even get an interview.
What did you expect from the origin comic book of Snowflame, the cocaine-powered supervillain? So the villains are in a secret South African lab creating weapons to destroy their enemies, and I'm going to assume that's the New Guardians, they never really say. And their first creation is the Hemogoblin. This little Nosferatu-looking motherfucker.
No, if anything, you came off as overly sensitive to the point that I was concerned you were concerned about my safety or something. You know, which I know I sound very negative, but I'm just tired, you know. And I'm doing other stuff, and I really don't want to get into the job discussion. It's very stressful, you know, and I don't need that at the current moment.
Everyone else is too blinded by leftist ideals to realize that white is right. My friend, we are at war for nothing less than the fate of the world. Through endless hardship,
Thank you. Although you also probably won't remember this conversation, you know.
Yes. They're too blinded by leftist brotherhood to realize that once the white race is swept into the multitude, the quality of life for everyone goes down the drain. Subtlety! Pete Brown, the man in charge of the Hemogoblin, sneaks into the country by pretending they're Australians. It's a great plan, honestly, seeing the Hemogoblin's pale skin, animalistic fangs, and rampant destruction of minorities. He'll fit right in as an Australian. While in a nearby hotel room, the bad dude picks up a secret package left for him while Hemogoblin eats a cat. Harbinger then broods on a balcony about how she doesn't know what sex is. Okay, side note, I get 10,001 comments a day on people asking, how does this guy not crack up when he writes these lines? The truth is that when I want to be, I'm very, very hard to make laugh. I'm a pretentious comedic writer. I'm so fucking bad, I consider my videos art and not just content. I mean that. Which means I have a fairly high bar alongside very specific taste of what does and doesn't make me laugh. I ought to be laughed when writing this script and wrote the sentence, Harbinger broods on her balcony because she doesn't know what sex is. Because it is, without a doubt, one of the most shitposty lines I've ever put down. And yet it's factually 100% accurate. Harbinger's interrupted by Extraño, who tells her sex is overrated, which is incorrect. And that this conversation is friendship, not sex, which is also incorrect depending on your definition of oral sex. Now, for those of you who don't know, Extraño really wanted to make sure that she didn't misconstrue this conversation to sex, and ask earlier what his role in this team is, because he's gay! In fact, he's DC Comics' first character who debuted before this comic premiere. Although he never actually uses the word gay in any of his comics. And also his gayness.
I was going to walk the dog before you got back.
And he refers to himself in the third person as Auntie. And the writers pretty much were forbidden from ever giving him a boyfriend.
No, I got Mop again.
Character, that's cool. Meanwhile, at
Mop.
club that looks far more interesting
Ain't a
than
mop
anything
with a
that's
different
actually
mop.
happened in this comic so far. Plus, Inject, whose names would put them right at home with the Global Gym Purple Fighting Cobras, look for some men to ejaculate semen into their wounds.
What?
In a shockingly
What?
well thought
What?
out panel, he shows up like a dog.
No. Never mind. I heard something interesting or confusing. Oh. There's in the snack. Dinner is in the supper. Supper is in the oven.
Supper what?
Is in the oven.
Awesome. What is it?
Hopefully French toast.
Sure. I'm good. Sounds pretty good. Have you fed the pup?
No.
Should I?
Oh, if we want to.
How you feeling?
What? You're not gonna go after that?
So, did you not see it? No, you saw it.
If you guys want.
Here. What? Get it. Hazel. Oh, I missed.
Well, I guess there's not another thing, but definitely more eggs out.
Recently saw these things somewhere. Where did I see them?
There. In the armoire dresser table. I don't know. You have it. Sorry, cabinet. That's right. You were very particular about that, as I recall.
No, I called it China.
That's right, China.
China Hutch.
Yeah, the thing I'll never ever think to call a. That's
Where's
right.
These? Where's the actual?
I don't know. It might be in there, or it might be on the. Actually, it might be on the chair in the living room or the table. Or it might have gotten put away in a cabinet.
No, I think it was still out. You couldn't find the thing anymore. Right away. Are you still eating these?
No. Would you like them?
Not that one particularly, but I will finish this one off.
Then you could hand me the other one. I forgot about them. Thank God.
If they had been the cinnamon.
Synonym?
Synonym.
Synonym?
Yep, synonym.
Synonym. Oh, I've been looking for them. I can't even find these at most of the stores.
Oh, did you remember you had another bag of these?
No, that's the same bag. I moved it because I needed them.
No, it's not. These are unmelted.
Oh, then there is another bag. Yes. Oh, those are different. Those are. Oh, what? I thought they were almonds.
It might be. I can't tell.
No, those are walnuts. You're right. I did forget about them.
Found the other part of that thing.
Huh?
I found the.
Oh. Should we have more cake tonight?
Huh?
Should we have more cake tonight? And should we go for a walk?
Yeah. I was wanting to get a knife for that, and I kept forgetting where I was going.
You got distracted by chips.
And a knife for that. I distracted you too.
want to, and I said you look like you got a handle.
Well, I think there's more in between with me putting the bread pieces in. But yes. They want me to do it after.
No, I'm gonna have to do it after work for actually. I just remember that.
You could leave his bowl somewhere or remindative.
Wow, I have to do that.
You'll have to check his other food and water too. Might want to move the food and water as together. And in front of the water on the fridge, perhaps. Might work. He seemed done, but I don't know.
Wanna go for a walk now?
It doesn't have to be right now.
But do you want to?
Eventually. I don't.
I feel like, no.
I just thought of it now. And I thought of it earlier,
No,
so I wanted to make it before I forgot.
I'm thinking that I would prefer
Before.
to go earlier rather than later.
Okay. That is fine. Right. Quickly. I think this is a good idea. How many objections is a good idea?
Objectifying our cheek.
No. And what?
Awesome. Oh, final word. It worked for me.
I thought you were implying that I objectify in general too much, which is probably. Yeah. Alright. I don't. Well, it's because when I think of you, I think of the things I should be better about. Or, you know. I think of wanting to improve myself. And generally the things you've mentioned are things I need to improve. I think so. I'm working on it. Feels like I'll always be working on it, but maybe someday.
Aw,
Nothing.
maybe someday what?
You'll
feel like you're worthy of me?
No, I'll not have to be working on it anymore.
No. Life is a constant effort
Yes, but there's.
to do better.
Yes, but there's like. How can I put it? If you're an Olympic athlete, there's training every day and training every other day. Or training a number of days consistent with what is best for your bodily recovery based off of, presumably, someone's advice that you have.
Huh. Well,
They generally seem to have like nutritionists or something. From what I've heard.
do you know anything about or have any interest in BetterHelp?
No. That's not. It's not that. Well,
Not bad.
The amount of therapy I would need for that kind of therapy to help is in disproportional or not enough. I feel like. You can't have someone talking to me like 4 times a day, double checking that I'm not letting unhealthy thoughts fester, which I'm usually good about banishing, but if you're talking to me when they come up in the moment, I hesitate to mention them,
That's not the point of
and then you
therapy.
ask about my hesitation, and then
That's not the point of therapy.
well, no one has the time. No one has the time these days. Oh, fucker. Sorry, fucker.
I'm so pretty.
Or do you want to walk in with a collar?
No.
No, those
Hey, quiet down. Or I'll leave you behind.
no. No, those are your water bottle.
Okay? I'm so pretty.
I know, but there's an
Hey.
echo.
Go for it. Go for it.
You seem very uncertain after that.
Hey.
Hey.
Diesel.
I'm not gonna save you, you little brat.
Come sit pretty. Sit. Go for it. No.
Hey.
Sit. Stay.
Oh yeah, and I realized what the thing with. So.
Stay. Stay. Good boy. Good boy. Finish.
Hey, come
It has
here.
to be the short one, because you chewed up your...
Diesel.
Does it?
How's
That was... I thought we got the other one because this one doesn't work.
No.
Yes. The whole locking mechanism is broken.
The one that lets you lock it as between right?
Yeah.
Yes. But you can. Unless you're getting magnesium from anywhere else. I should also drink one too. Crap. Never mind that. Okay. Nothing comes to mind, I don't think, but maybe. Would you like some food? Understandable. Wait. No. Wait, what about Mike earlier? I don't remember mentioning that, but okay. Aw. How that goes, I will let you know. For now, just that goes. Don't worry about it too much. Not dire, you know. I know, and mowing. I'm pretty sure they were. I'm pretty sure no, I think they were separate, but the mowing was at the same time as the gate, and it was an optional add-on that you had to write in the memo part. And now I'm not. Well, wait, is it a neighbor? I thought it was just someone who knew someone or something. The guy who came by once in a while and does the whoever else, whoever. Ah. Yeah. Is this recyclable? Huh? No? Shouldn't be. No. Okay. Huh? Would you like to lay down? I mean, not for like sexy stuff, just for.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I'm that kind of tired where
thank
if I
God.
lay down, I feel worse.
Yeah, and I'd probably end up just feeling worse anyways.
Oh.
At least I will be able to. Hey, it's good timing then that I'm going out of town. I can avoid temptation that way. All I have to do is, well, yeah. All I have to do is not take off, which is hard. And it will give me energy.
I am confused, but that's okay.
What do you mean? Male testosterone production increases if you do not orgasm for more than 3 days.
So, why? Why would you not jerk off?
What do you mean?
What's the benefit of not?
Not feeling bad? Increased testosterone production. Not taking the time for it. Not thinking about it. Mostly not feeling bad.
So have your views on jerking off changed at all?
Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Do you mean my ethical perspective or my personal subconscious reactions?
I'm not sure I know the difference.
Okay, just because you joke about putting peanut butter on my dick and having the dog lick it, I don't. If I was like going along with it, I don't think you'd actually go that far. I'm not 100% sure.
And it wasn't peanut butter.
Oh, whatever. Usually it's with peanut butter, and as far as the meme goes.
Yeah.
Or it existed before memes as far as you're concerned.
But our dog is weird. He doesn't like peanut butter, but he likes coconut oil.
He likes peanut butter.
Not really.
He eats peanut butter when I do.
Okay, he doesn't like it like most dogs like it. But he's like that for coconut oil.
Okay. Well, anyways. Oh yeah.
Yes.
So my point being, or just because I say pedophiles should be thrown in a pit of fire, doesn't necessarily mean that if I had one begging for their life in front of me, I would be able to follow through on that, even though that's my ethical standpoint. So it's similar, I guess?
Or I guess what I should say is I'm not sure I know the difference in your or never mind. It's not important.
Oh here, I did actually have something about that. I'm not saying the whole thing,
Yes, you
but
like the classic Disney Pixar masterpiece known only as The Incredibles? Well, you fuck doodle, sorry to inform you, but it has a plot hole in it. That's it. Game over. Time to get rid of all your Incredibles merch. Goodbye, Speed Boy action figure. Goodbye, jigsaw puzzle of the moment Bob gets told his children have been killed in a grand threat missile strike. But what is this plot hole? Well, you voluntarily clicked on this video, so I'm sure you at least care a little bit. About a third of the way through the film, fashion designer Edna tasks herself with making a new super suit for the film's protagonist, Mr. Incredible. Then one thing leads to another, and she ends up making super suits for his whole family. But considering the fact she hasn't spoken to Mr. or Mrs. Incredible for years and years and years, she has no reason to know the pair have kids, let alone
Every
know
time
those
I
kids'
probably hear
superpowers and
Bob.
measurements are.
Your daughter soon has tricky. I finally created a sturdy material that will disappear completely.
And also, she's
It
clearly
doesn't seem to
rich.
make sense that she would have the information she needs to do this, but the film sort of needs these characters to have super suits, so a plot hole is born. The Incredibles has, dare I say it, a few
I
issues
mean,
like
the
this.
government
But if someone came up to me in
is
the street
watching
and said,
them,
The Incredibles is a
and
terrible
she
movie because it has these 3 plot holes.
I would have them imprisoned and killed. At the end of the day, the film is still a tremendous achievement with its phenomenal character work and visual storytelling.
She totally
and
could have
mostly
learned
sound
that
plot.
from
Even the
Yeah.
scene contains the plot holes I was just
other
talking
Well,
about. It's
that's the entire point. Is,
funny dialogue
like,
accompanied by visual
well,
action
but also
that communicate the emotions of the characters.
the opposite.
What percentage of skin is not to withstand a temperature of over 1,000 degrees?
I imagine for a lot of people, this is probably the kind of thing that comes to mind when they think
Like, how did
of
Batman?
something small but general.
The first was how did Batman get back from after he crawled out of the pit and just was like had no identification or money or anything. Personally, I think he just found a phone and called Fox.
As a result, the superpowers are not real. Here's the next shot of the
That's
movie
the
that CinemaSins decided not to include in their video. Oh, do we just like to do a little bit of lying on purpose? Is that what we do? Do we like to do a little bit of lying? I think it's this kind of perception of plot holes that's allowed people like Patrick Willems to step into the slimy tendrils of internet discourse. Wait, who's that? All the way back in 2018, YouTuber with middle school English teacher vibes Patrick Williams released a video that's been living rent-free in my head ever since.
Everywhere you turn, people are complaining about
Just hearing that noise again to set off my fight or flight response. The reason I'm digging this video up again after, what, 4 years is...
I feel like I vaguely remember that, but I don't think so.
Still haunts my nightmares to this day. So today,
Oh no, that's the
video.
wait, no, that's the Stranger Things
But also
font.
coming to some of my own conclusions about the subject matter in the process. Because what better way is there to get to the root of your own opinions on a topic than to dissect the opinions of someone else who's getting it very, very wrong? Buckle in, because this is gonna get spicy. This video, which I feel at some point I probably should mention, is called Shut Up and
Exactly!
Posits two main things that I'm interested in covering.
Pretty sure you just spit that out.
The first is that in online spaces, people don't even seem
I
to know what
he hasn't yet.
it is.
No one seems to
He might have swallowed, but I'm guessing he's drooling a lot.
Which I feel is probably going to be
He's going to puke soon. He's trying to avoid puking now.
They don't actually matter.
When you see tears, that'll be after.
I'm not sure I totally agree with. I'll happily say that on its own at surface level and that it really doesn't matter very much. But at the end of the day, it is still part of the construction of the
You'll
film's
see,
plot.
I think.
But we're getting ahead
Now
of ourselves.
he's puking, which is why the camera was refocusing.
Okay, guys,
Up there.
we gotta talk about
Patrick begins the meat of his video with something very beautiful.
Anyways, yeah, I mostly just want the randomness of the Carolina Reaper, which then like he's just talking really fast to the rest of the video. I'm not sure if it has a purpose or not.
Cause spicy.
I mean, it was hilarious. I haven't watched A Trillion Lions versus the Sun. It seemed interesting. I remember it being suggested before. I'm not sure how it's solved, but... Bigger question is, how do you get a trillion lions to the sun in the first place?
Well,
I say power of God, but...
probably a pyramid.
A pyramid of lions. Susie, a group of lions is called a pride, not a scheme.
Just walk around our yard.
Probably.
We never sent that message.
What message?
Picture of our meeting.
Yeah, you keep remembering that, and I keep not caring.
Yeah.
Honestly, because I don't know
I
the
don't
number.
think they care anymore either.
I figured they... Well...
Since they sent the... Did you scan that, check?
Which? Didn't I check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it in the drive.
Yes.
You did that?
I mentioned it on the Zoom call even.
Yeah.
I mentioned that it was there.
Yeah.
No, you should.
Maybe not.
Should eat this deep oven. Alright. Trying not to. I can be strong. What do you mean regain? And I should wait. And then I realized that was dumb. Huh? Exactly. You don't get it, which is what I mean. There's nothing to wait for. It's not a waiting, it's a... That... My point is my feelings and reality do not align. Even though I understand this, I can't change my feelings.
Okay, what I heard was felt bad and they paid for it.
Yes. What? I had a comma? I guess before and, maybe? Oh. Well, whatever. Anyways. It doesn't matter. I need to improve myself.
Why is Super Mario beating off the arm, bro? Like, what?
Next time I get a frog, I'm gonna look up what it sounds like before I get it.
Hey, try not to suck any dick on the way.
If I get a frog, I'm gonna look up what it sounds like before I get it.
Hey, try not to suck any dick on the way to the parking lot. Hey, hey.
Where have you been?
But you're not gonna believe what it cost me. Family.
Hello. GJ 04 BN 5539.
What? No.
C7.
Yes.
You played Xbox this whole time when I was at work? No.
Get in the apartment.
Interesting.
Oh, this is really annoying.
Oh, man, no. Come on, man.
Who's that phone?
He's in the water.
Yeah.
I lifted up a rock and reached Margaret and took off. To Preston, it resembled the critically endangered Teratobius cuneus, or Titicaca waterfowl, that was known to reside only in the Lake Titicaca watershed.
I'll never understand it with people with frogs. Hi. Wait, what? Who's the quack? Why is he a quack?
Yeah.
He said you had a really good idea about something, and or at least I thought he did, and I was not sure what it was. Oh. Even better, drowning is a horrible way to die. That's a lie.
The history of Japan is rather interesting to say the least. From honourable samurai to big heavy and waifus, along with a strong passion to serve the glorious end. Of course, in modern times, Japan is very different to its historic past. But there was one event in the 20th century that may have molded the modern version of Japan
as we see it today. I'm sure you may have heard of this event before, since it's one of the most renowned historical events ever caught on camera. Montoya Yamaguchi, the assassin of Enichiro Asanuma. Leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get started, this video was brought to you by Atlas VPN. Get the greatest VPN deal in the market and enjoy the most affordable online protection for just $1.86 per month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Enjoy blazing speeds and stream your favourite show in high quality or play your favourite games at a lightning fast speed, all while protecting every single one of your devices with just a single subscription. I enjoy using Atlas VPN because it is seamless, fast and easy to use. No one should have to deal with corporations, governments or hackers spying and stealing your data. Atlas VPN gives you a way to avoid all of that. I use it to watch shows on the American Netflix and Adult Swim because annoyingly they have a much better catalogue of content. You will also be safer from malware and stop annoying ads, since the VPN immediately blocks all connections to malicious links, ads and trackers, and it notifies you if someone tries to steal your data. Save money while shopping online and get the best deals while getting the most out of your online subscriptions, such as Netflix, Spotify, airlines, hotels and eBay. And right now, Atlas VPN is running a massive discount. Get a 3-year subscription at only $1.83 a month, plus 3 months with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Time is running out, so get your deal by clicking the link in the description box right now, while also helping my
Hey Susie, that's a pretty good deal.
If
you want VPN.
Now, of course, as we all know,
$1.83 a month for 3 years of free.
Good amount of the population. This caused an awkward feeling throughout Japan, and I'm not here to go too in-depth into the socio-political relations of Japan.
Well, just mention it. If you want, go for it. Get that.
Things were very tense.
I did not get
The seeds of these questions had already been sown years earlier, prior to what, because even before then, Japan was a very nationalist country. A very nationalist. But a new Pokemon-style evolution of nationalism would now appear, and this was called ultra-nationalism. A key figure in this movement, who I am later, was a fellow by the name of Finn Akai. Finn was a politician in Japan that had flip-flopped socialism and nationalism prior to World War II, but ultimately ended up landing on the side of ultra-nationalism. But during this time in World War II, he would only stand as an independent politician. He was a rather peculiar politician because at the time he was actually opposed to the Pacific War with the United States, and he had a reverent disdain for the USSR along with communism in general. Then, along with a few other Japanese politicians, would found the Kenko Kyukan, or in English, the National Foundation Society. The main aim of this society was to create a genuine state based on unanimity between people and the emperor. Basically, it was a mini fascist organisation standing against communism along with all other left-wing parties. There were plans for establishing a full National Socialist Party after the society was formed, which would focus on breaking up opinion strikes across the country. But this would soon all fizzle out after their key leader, Motoyuki Taketatake, passed away. But getting back to Vinman, even though these efforts in the National Socialist Society didn't work, still ran as an independent, managing to gain quite a large amount of votes, even gaining a seat in the 6th district of Tokyo. This was during Japan's national diet, although in the runs for re-election during 1945, he lost and was been launched by the US occupiers since he was a wartime hero. This purge would last until 1951 as part of the Reverse Course operation that was put in place by the US. Reverse Course was basically an operation by the United States to drastically change the policies of Japan to then change the very society of Japan itself into one that could be more easily managed, so to speak. Similar to denazification that was taking place in Germany. Because essentially when you occupy the nation with people who will run out of the trenches at you with nothing but bayonets, not giving a single shit about machine gun fire flying towards them, while screaming in the name of the Emperor like the fucking Death Corps of Krieg, it's definitely within your best interest to get them to calm down a little bit. Finally, in that very same year, Vingman would go on to found and head the Greater Japan Patriotic Party. After World War II, the nationalists still had the threat of communism as there was quite a bit of dispute between both sides. This would only be heightened with the United States-Japan Security Treaty, which allowed the US to post military bases in Japan, which are still there to this day. And nationalists kind of don't like it when a foreign power has military bases in their country. So that kind of pisses nationalists off a little bit. This would soon start a series of protests known as the Anko. These consisted of both protesters on the left and right unifying against the revision of the treaty. These tensions were already pretty bad due to a previous event known as the Girard incident, which had already set disruption throughout the whole country. The rundown is that considering a US soldier by the name of William Girard had shot a Japanese housewife by the name of Nakasaka with an empty grenade cartridge. But even though it was empty, it killed her. Because metal travelling at high speeds tends to kill people. Who knew? Shocking. Nagasaki was in a local airbase at the time because most locals would collect the spent cartridges used in live fire exercises so they could sell them off as scrap for a little bit of extra money. She was then shot by Girard for no other reason than his own amusement. You know, just a bit of banter just casually bothering a 46-year-old housewife. This, I'm sure you will be very shocked to hear, caused massive upheaval and outrage throughout the whole country, and it led to various protests along with a reduction in US military personnel based in Japan. This wasn't the only attempt in Japan to certainly exacerbate the protests, but sadly I can't cover all of these incidents in depth. Maybe another time. But sadly, this wasn't the only reason that there was an opposition to the United States being there in general. Other than the obvious, there was the genuine concern that having the US based in Japan would escalate the Cold War, which many people in Japan on both sides of the political spectrum wanted to de-escalate. Basically, they knew that if the Cold War went hot, Russia would then attack the US military bases in Japan. And the Japanese
I really never got why people cared.
Something that they wanted nothing to do with in the
Oh yeah. Never mind, that's why people care. No, I mean, if, like, everyone died in your Holocaust, you're dead. So, everyone disagrees that's happened, and it's component, but also happened. Yeah, the cell eventually. That's well, it's a rubbery agent. It's awesome. Okay, but my point is, if dead, well, you're in your scenario, it sounds like you're heavy, well, I'm more talking about Bitcoin statement that you made and that yes, but I mean, okay, in that then it would be very bad for your part country, all that stuff, and everyone else. Like, with other this suit. Oh, and also, here. Sorry. Why? Because I'm like, I don't know, honestly. I don't even go wherever you tell me to go, and I don't know why. Because that's an impossible task. And then you said you should go outside.